We are once again alive upon the internet. As we appear to be alive once more. Let me do my checks and make sure that we are everything set to public with bit rates and such, and even working audio indeed. And yeah, we're logging in here first on second account as well. We are gonna spend this week a lot of time in Division 1. We're also gonna spend some time in Division 2. And especially working on the build collection a little bit. And hopefully I'll get access back to characters 1 and 2 at some point. Kind of need them. Everything we're doing with the build collection.
Agent, I need to
actually, let me go see that they
have to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
I haven't checked Discord at all today. And I got busy today with a bunch of stuff. I see I have UTMs waiting for me. Server status. To perform infrastructure update, we'll be taking the servers down for scheduled maintenance Tuesday, June 10th. Yeah, so tomorrow. In the morning for 3 hours. Okay. That's good to hear. Hopefully that fixes my issue. But yeah, so tomorrow there's gonna be maintenance. I needed this. This is not most of the day yesterday, so good. Yeah. Well, hopefully everything's fixed up. But yeah, a day of disconnection. Yeah, I know how that feels, having had some internet issues a month or so back for quite a bit. Shutting down servers soon. Well, it's not soon. It's like in 12 hours. So, unless you mean you have a message underneath your screen at the bottom, but those are just usually the server that you're on if it's putting it down there. But maintenance tomorrow. Let me actually see what this is real quick. Just I'll answer that one later. Yeah, did I actually miss something in my own Discord? Just quickly. Somebody lost their hardcore. But yeah, they seem to be getting some results there. Yeah, let's jump to the, does this go to the right window? It does. Good. Let's start on second account and kind of go through their builds and just see what I want to add, change, remove, basically. Hello, second account, I don't think is really getting any changes at all. Their pistol headhunter as well as a headhunter's fury, so that's not getting touched. Fruit fly here again. Yuck. And they are over there. Yeah, let's just get started. Also, actually later on we'll go to character tree, and I want to still look at what the ninja bike version with Cavalier, because I'm curious about that one as well. I keep forgetting, so still have those tabs open specifically for that. Yeah, what we should do is actually open all. Also, let me see if, because of course, as we get one issue, we get multiple issues. There's an issue going around, which is the build collection. At least, especially if you're not logged in and stuff. I'm actually not too sure if you are logged in, if that makes a big difference or not. But if I take this to incognito, although you guys can't see that, but I can. Oh no! Oh hey, Did this one fix? Yay! Let me see if it also is the case if I do it in Chrome. I did open a ticket. I haven't gotten a response to it yet, but maybe it was a thing that they had in general. Because yeah, actually it was on all the folders. It wasn't. But yeah, for those that don't know, yeah, you couldn't sort by anything, and it was just sorted by modified, which is like the worst way to view the build collection. And also, it wouldn't load all the builds. It wouldn't load all the builds, making it so that yeah, people didn't have like access to everything. So yeah, no, it's now loading in again. It's starting on name, and we can go to grid even. Yay! Okay, so that part is fixed at least, because I was kind of annoyed by that. Well, for me, I'm logged into it, but I was annoyed for the people that were having the issues. And hey there, Pamic. Is the DLC worth it? Overall, I would say yes, especially for the $15 that it costs. Like, I've spent $15 on dumber stuff. I will spend $15 on dumber stuff in the future, even. But it's of course, yeah, if you enjoy the Division, if you know, it's more Division, so you have to kind of already enjoy the Division 2, and if you want a little bit more in depth, my thoughts actually, not this latest video, but the video before that. If you just go to all videos, basically, was my thoughts on the DLC. And if you want the short version, you can also kind of like listen to the conclusion on that video, which goes over my thoughts and stuff. But the whole video goes over my thoughts, but then yeah, the conclusion by itself is kind of a recap of all the things I thought. And hey Dimity. I saw your DM. I haven't actually looked at it. I just hadn't loaded up Discord today at all. Look at him in a bit. I did see that there was one. To buy skins, indeed. Oh yeah. Although the thing is, of course, any money spent on something you enjoy is not wasted at all. But I would definitely say for the $15, yeah, it is. It isn't big. It is basically, yeah, it's priced fairly. Wony was 30 at release and was kind of double its size. Well, actually it wasn't, because also, yeah, this has more missions and stuff. But the good thing about it is it's all fully fledged, and it isn't just a quick, something they quickly slap together, and it kind of goes like, oh yeah, no, it's like, this is obviously in Brooklyn and this is obviously the rest of the game or something in quality wise. It's still on the quality of the rest of the game, which I was very happy about. Do you have any Vanguard build? Do you mean just builds using Vanguard? Because, well, it mostly gets used kind of more like in Countdown and such. For instance, on a build like this, you could put Vanguard. On the raid tank, generally, Vanguard gets run. So if you're familiar with the build collection, why is this name cut off there? Oh, because Combat Medic is such a long... Okay, they've definitely done something to the build or to the Google thing, because usually we just have the word and then cut it off. Now it's cutting off the. That's actually weird. Here, yeah. So for instance, this is kind of the raid tank. At least I still think this is what people mostly run their raids. I don't raid too much nowadays, but yeah, this would run Vanguard because it's giving it to the entirety of the raid and such, and that's 2.16 in the collection. But also, for instance, I like running it on this, which is kind of a silly build, just helping out in Countdown. Just a lot of bonus armor for my teammates, and I have regen. And still has, it doesn't have good damage or anything, but it still has a little bit of damage. It can kill a few enemies here and there. But yeah, for instance, on this as well, you can stick on Vanguard. But Vanguard would be, the thing is, we don't use tanks in a lot of places. It's just not worth it. So it becomes more of a thing of either it's a raid where actually a tank gets used, and otherwise it's more of a the team is so strong it doesn't matter what I run, so I just run that. Oh yeah, actually I saw quickly that was a yellow OD. Yeah, those do get used already. I've seen a few abouts. And kind of in the same thinking with trying to make it a support kind of healer. I need a bandana as well. How about the bundle? Which bundle do you mean? Ultimate or because you don't need to get ultimates. Ultimate is more like the if you don't have Woni and such, it could be depends on what the price that they're asking for it is. And you get the year one season or the year one pass. Wasn't the season, was a year. Which does give a few benefits, but it isn't per se needed. If you mean the deluxe edition one, the $30 one, the only thing you get on top of that with the DLC is just a few apparel, just as apparel that they show and the weapon skin that they show, which I would say is not worth it. I bought it, but I buy all the apparel on main account. I at this point I've become a collector of apparel. Basically, and but yeah, I wouldn't say that one is worth it. Ultimate can be worth it depending on the price and if you don't own Woni, like if it's not that more expensive on sale or something. Vanguard Sport, yeah, so yeah, those few. Let me actually, if you're not, maybe you aren't familiar with the build collection, let me link it in both chats. That big folder I was in, it'll pop up in a second. That's in here. And then, so 1.14, I run Vanguard, and 2.16. They're all numbered kind of in that way. And so 1.14 and 2.16 are the ones that do have Vanguard. One is though for raid tanks, which you wouldn't want to run anywhere else, honestly. Let me get you one last time and hit a stand. What are we working on? I'm gonna basically go through the builds collection, see anything that I want to touch, and then touch it. We do this always at the start of a season, so I've already changed a few builds. Those are just getting changed, but I like just going through the entirety of the collection and then going like, hey, do I want to upgrade anything? Do I want to change anything? With a lot of builds, the answer is going to be no. Like, for instance, this. I feel this is kind of fine. Badger in this setup is going to beat Grupo. But I could just for the hell of it have a Matador. Although we're just running Shetkins anyway, so it would just be a loss. But yeah, this one, for instance, is not getting anything touched. But also I'm checking everything, but sometimes there's mistakes in them. That also sometimes happens. And especially as well, checking if all of the names are here, named items and stuff. Already did, like the last season we did a pretty thorough pass, so it should only be stuff where I've changed something. But also some of the builds I might just flag for, hey, we're gonna change some stuff up on it. But yeah, for instance, not this one. Although, you know what? I'm gonna do one thing, which is here. I'm gonna put killer. Because I would say actually on the Heartbreaker Tech Tank, I kind of like the consistency of Flatline. But killer is a lot more damage when it is active, and especially with this build like that, does make enough sense. For instance, stuff like this, just minor changes, and we might also just decide to Because also, I wouldn't mind picking a build that... actually, let's grab it from here. I wouldn't mind grabbing a build or flagging a build for removal. And I wouldn't mind trying to make a red measured assembly. But we would need a slot for that, so... the rest of this all looks fine. And onto the Hunter's Fury on this character. This one we're showing as a Ridgeway. This one all should also just be all fine. It is, isn't it, actually? Do I have an extra Cheska backpack? We're landing on 58 crit chance. Now this is a build that has been made before. Oh, actually that works out kind of perfectly even. From the survivor or the OD. One. Yeah. Because Cheska would land on 60 here perfectly nowadays. In the past, it was too big of a waste to go to 62 and kind of waste 2 of it. Although actually back then as well, it would have actually been better. But numbers-wise, that's going to work out better. Because we have crit damage, everything else, right? Yeah. Because it will be 10 plus 36. 46, 12. No, wait, what? Wait. What's happening here? Let's actually load the bill. This is with 3 crit chance mods, right? Yeah, so 10 plus 36, 46, 12 here. Let's turn off the modifier. Oh, no, we don't have any crit chance to lose, of course. Although we could lose 1 on the weapon. But that doesn't gain us enough, actually. I realize now. Modifier off first. Cool. Because, yeah, that's all. Yeah, so this line, yeah. 46, 48. So we could have 61 effectively. But that's still a 7. That's a tiny bit better than the 13. But yeah, not enough to be worth changing this build over. Because yeah, unlike some of the other builds, we don't have actually anywhere to lose a crit chance. I mean, we could flip a crit chance to weapon handling or stuff, but that doesn't help. And yeah, if we're going a damage mod on the weapon, yeah, we're shifting up, right? So 5 to 6. So we'd gain. Yeah, so we would basically be 7 crit chance because we're wasting 1 versus 13 crit damage. That's not enough of a difference to make a difference. So we'll keep it as is. I'm gonna guess a past IKEA has had that same discussion in this. We're just repeating the discussion there. Everything else looks fine. Yeah. Let me catch up here for a second. Rifle build, you have to open. List. Is there any other rifle build? Yeah, the aces and eights one though isn't that great. Oh, and and hey there, Stalker, and thank you so much for the raid there, as always, much appreciated. Hope you had a fun raid, or hope you had a fun hope you had a fun stream. My brain is kind of I've been working a lot today, so it's already mostly gone, but still enough here to say thank you and welcome in raiders and let me catch up on if I missed anything else. The caretaker accuracy video. I did do a caretaker video, mostly based on the damage and stuff. I do discuss the accuracy and stability of it in there a little bit in relation to all the other things, but I'm not gonna do specifically like an accuracy video or just talking about its handling too much. It is definitely like G36. Because also in the caretaker, unlike for instance Lexington is a little bit different recoil pattern, or well, completely different recoil pattern from the M4, even though it kind of pulls up about the same amount. Like the M4 goes kind of like at angle. The Lexington just goes straight up, for instance, and stuff. But it's about the same amounts. So, but here, we know what the G36 kind of is like. And handling is one of its bigger issues, indeed. And I'm doing well. Thanks for asking, Killer. And welcome in Raiders and welcome in Stalker. This is something but kind of must on the new skill or raise proficiency. Normal for everyone. Well, it is normal for everyone, but it isn't normal. Which is of course kind of the issue. Proficiency, or well, not proficiency but expertise grades are missing for the skills, and we can't get the blueprints yet. The mods do drop. We've seen some, but they're quite rare. Big pool, of course, of mods. But even people trying to farm for them are having they find one or two here or there, but it's not the greatest, easiest farm. So mod-wise, those skills are kind of still a mess as well. Hopefully we get the blueprint at some point. They likely just forgot. Because there is actually a blueprint for it. If you go actually into the crafting table and you like scroll down enough, you see that there is a smart cover mod blueprint, and it says buyable from vendor. Whenever it says that, it means Inaya. But it's not. She isn't selling it. She's keeping it to herself. We should just grab Inaya and go, give us the mod. Although we might get kicked out of the White House at that point. Manny might start to debrief us instead. The sheriff had to go. It wasn't safe with him here. Oh, and thank you so much there, Super Pete, for keeping that sub going. As always, much appreciated. And thank you for helping out with my crippling apparel addiction. As we'll keep buying some of those. Likely next week we'll have some again. I wonder when they'll put out the pestilence skin that they have kind of teased already quite a bit. Happy to hear, Sucker, and welcome in. I was missing. No, it's you didn't miss something, but on the other end of the discussion, the developers kind of missed something. But it's minor issues, right? Hopefully they'll get them fixed. That's what we have patches for. Indeed, she is very lazy these days. Oh, did Kelsey have to leave? Did anybody say why? What's Manny doing? They fixed the Scorpio skin. It wasn't a patch notes. I haven't actually specifically tried it out. But I'll trust that. I feel if it wasn't fixed, somebody would go like, oh, they put it in the patch note and then they didn't fix it. That would be a whole Reddit thread, I feel, already. Also, to go back for a second, Thailand. Yeah, there are some other rifle builds, but actually, so overall, thing is, rifles aren't in a great spot currently. And while there is some builds kind of dedicated to rifles, like a 201 and then 203 here, as well as a general rifle build. Honestly, it's more, for instance, Umbra and OD. So actually 301 and 310. Umbra and OD are actually, if you want to run rifles, if you're like dead set, I want to run rifles, this is actually some of the better gear sets for them. But those weapons aren't some of the better weapons for this. So that's why they are not per se on the build picture, but yeah, on the Umbra, you would just put although you can just put a Cheska backpack in there. Like, one of the things I might change about the build picture is just put a Cheska in it. The OD as it's set up is basically, yeah, you gotta make sure that it fits crit chance, crit damage wise, and that's kind of it. But yeah, those are actually the better builds for instance, yeah, OD like this. Those are some of the better builds for rifles. Because actually it turns out aces and eights, breaking point, all of those things aren't really up to par. The high-end one, though, does work okay. Like, that one has a lot of handling for rifles as well. Yeah, so this one is perfectly fine as well. And yeah, for those coming in, actually, we're kind of going through the build collection, and I'm just doing some fixes and marking some stuff for maybe if we want to change anything. On these ones, we're on second account character, and actually not much should have changed here, but I'm just still going through making sure like all of the names and stuff are here. And also, yeah, if we want to change anything or not, or add something to a build picture or not. Because yeah, we'll be likely revisiting both ODs. Although likely, no, just this OD likely. Oh no, the other one likely. Yeah, the other one's with Coyote. Because coming towards the end of this season is the Master mission, and then with that Tinkerer. Tinkerer is like a no-brainer for OD, especially as a gear set that gives status effects, and we have a lot of good weapons for that, because just Sadist plus Pressure Point or Sadist plus Vindictive. Both of those look like really good picks for OD. So Tinkerer on this. Catalyst is currently not working. Do I add a catalyst here? Maybe? Oh, I don't have one on this account, actually. I realize now. So we could keep this open, and once I swap accounts, we can... I don't know, because currently it's still broken, right? Until it's fixed, I shouldn't put it on a build picture, because people might go like, that might make sense. I want to change this build picture. I'm not happy putting Bullet King on this. I remember why I chose to put Bullet King on it. It like kind of fits in okay-ish and stuff, but nah. Hell, yeah. I want to change that Bullet King. So let's keep that one open then. Because actually that might be the only big change we're making here. So and yeah, 511. They really put Overlord on this. I mean the shotgun, not the brand. But yeah, this is just a joke build. This is just for silliness. I would hope everybody would know not to actually copy this build. Even though plenty of people have copied this exact build. Definitely more than some of the rare builds in the collection. Does grading one that make any difference for any breakpoints, maybe in 4-man? Well, I mostly just look at it in solo. So I wouldn't know per se in. But you could actually, one thing you could play with, if you want to, in the DPS tables, of course. This MMR one, depending on which one you have. But you could copy this to your own Google Drive, and then you can just play around with the stats that are in here and just play around with the grading. So depends on, so in this first tab it's the Chainkiller Araldi, and in the other tab is the 2-piece Habsburg. The thing is, grading does make a difference, just with the Habsburg especially, to get to that point where the second shot can be an elite. Or the first shot can be elite, I mean. So with the +5 weapon damage and 25 grading, if you're on the second shot of hotshot, or you're like in the point where it's cycling, then you can start on elite with the 2-piece Habsburg. Like, that's one of the places where, yeah, kind of grading matters for that as well. But yeah, you could just copy this, and maybe even, if you have, for instance, if you're with a chain killer gift, you have to kind of change the stats a little bit, of course, but you can fiddle with it and like see if any thresholds kind of change for you. I was actually, yeah, so this folder just as well. It's that, yeah. But in both chats, for those maybe interested in checking those out for other reasons even. Yeah, let me catch up for a second. This one stays open for a minute. This one I think is not gonna have any changes. Any flexing. What's my favorite AR? Overall, I do like the FAMAS, but nowadays I'm using Lexington almost for everything. Lexington is just, yeah, it is the highest high end, and handling wise and stuff, it's all fine. Like, it's a pretty good handler. What do you think is better for striker? Hasbro build with momentum backfire, a striker chest piece, or chest piece with obliterate? I think there's not going to be better between those two. It's kind of, because, yeah, going chest striker or going obliterate, it's going to be situational on how you're kind of using it. If you put a chest on it, if you put the striker chest on it, you kind of want to start stacking with the ACS. Because you kind of need to get 100 stacks kind of in, and then swap to the backfire, and then kind of go from there. Thing is, do you want to do that every fight? And for me, for 15 minutes, it's fine. But doing that for the rest of my life, I just choose to go obliterate, and then it's the same 100 stacks for both, to kind of get up. But kind of also, yeah, depends. If you really need the damage output, then the chest striker is, of course, going to be a lot higher damage at full stacks. But generally, what you can look at as well is, it depends on build, especially if we're kind of putting a memento in and stuff. But generally, if you're around 150 stacks or above for most of your playtime, then a chest striker is better. The thing is, just in a lot of places, that's not a viable thing. Especially, for instance, yeah, solo or such. You have like in group settings, yeah, there's a lot more health and armor around for people to take all those hits. Okay. I cut the question a little later indeed, but yeah, overall I would say Lexington. But yeah, Lexington, of course, is not generally available. I like the FAMAS as well. FAMAS was always my go-to, and is still one of the top contenders. And thanks so much, Dark Battle. And yeah, I'm doing well. And yeah, welcome in. The leading them because I'm placed on the thing first. The heartbreak was Jaggerbind. That is, well, if that fits your playstyle really well. But yeah, not a general combo that a lot of people like. But if it's working out for you, then although I would say, like, yeah, if you haven't tried it yet, try some. For instance, something like Tech Tanks can kind of fit a similar style of play, because that sounds like you like playing aggressive and smacking people. Then yeah. So heroic. Well, then yeah, maybe. Well, let me just link to the recommended. Yeah, because I would definitely say, because it kind of depends on what advice you're following, if they're making you too squishy or not. Because especially for somebody that likes I'll link to the recommended build this here as well. That likes kind of aggressive playstyle, which is kind of my playstyle as well. If you go to the recommended builds, once it loads, under the header here, tech tanks, this is kind of what I run solo quite a bit. And especially the Heartbreaker and the Striker tech tanks are the ones I would recommend. And both of them are kind of based around a Memento and then a few blue cores getting and Technician. That's the tech tank part of it, but there's a shield that's getting healed continuously. So the shield every 10 seconds is receiving, even if the Artificer is on your back. So this is kind of what I run solo, and this lets me be very aggressive. So kind of like that aggressive playstyle. I would say maybe try the Heartbreaker one first, as you're already familiar with Heartbreaker. And see if that works out for you. Because the Shocker Punch especially is giving up a lot of damage. So. Too blue. Which one do you think is too blue? But there's no such thing as too blue or too red. There is sometimes a balance must be met. And sometimes being all red is also not actually the answer. Thanks. The best way to play Heartbreaker. Yeah, I would concur. Although a full red Heartbreaker can also do decent. The thing is, if a Heartbreaker was actually stacking better, it would be very competitive with Chest Striker. Or Obliterate Striker, not Chest Striker though. So. And A7 Seal. So this one is fine. The 511 build. Can we add... What other joke items did we get? Although, yeah, none of them were joke ones, right, actually. Because, yeah, we got... First Sight, we got... bread basket? No, hands basket. Yeah, neither of those are actual joke items. I wonder if somebody, like, if people will get the joke that Overlord shotgun that's in the corner there, next to the Slayer and the Cooler, that's like a joke about how bad it is, or not, that they should maybe use it. Yeah, this one's fine. The Mento Headhunter's Fury. This one's fine as well, because nothing's changing for this one. Because, well, Imminence Armaments came in, the Headhunter's Fury setups are just gonna stay the same, because yeah, you can't put 3 pieces Imminence Armaments here, except going Ninja Bike, and we already have that one. So. Actually, while I have this one open, let's actually open this other one, because I've been meaning to. There's one that we did add. 3 point something. Here, which is 3.09, but yeah, it's missing a lot of the. Although actually, no, I put Harvest on it already. Okay, it's missing like Ninja Bike and stuff, which we might see here. Well, here, yeah. Let's actually grab this real quick. Here's the. Put that there. So actually that, yeah, because we have the Harvest already. I was thinking of like, oh, I didn't put any like weapons in the corner, and I was gonna put these 2 in the corner, but they're already here. And actually was just missing Ninja Bike. Okay, so that's fine. And this is kind of one of the new additions to the collection, which is Imminence Armaments. This is the second Ninja Bike build in the collection, and it's okay. It's kind of competitive to this. To the Memento version, but not to the Vigilance version. The Vigilance version is like way ahead. The rest of this all looks fine. Nothing missing. No. Habsburg version. Did we add? Yeah, we did add handbasket even. Past IKEA doing good work. That's kind of the thing with this season is actually, yeah, it's only the few new additions, but I don't think we haven't that big like weapon changes or anything. Let me catch up here for Shogun as well. So I've been grading on Stinger. I have most of my, so on both accounts, every skill is graded to 12. Especially on main accounts, I use it. The skills are account wide, so seeing as I use multiple characters, putting grading there kind of makes sense. And yeah, my Stinger Hive is 25 because that one is damage, so that one's kind of fine. That one's actually one that it is going into a useful stat. There's also, for instance, my healing hive is also, or my revive hive is also 12. Not 25, but 12. Which is just radius or something for us, which is kind of silly. Interrogation. So we want to build meetings. I think also I'm not sure if we have rogue agents in Brooklyn, depending on if you're running around in Brooklyn. Saying B was better. That's my only guy. Yeah, that is sadly one of the main issues with it. Well, they cannot notice how bad the stacks was now. Yeah, especially if you just watch any footage of it and such, especially outside of the moment, kind of looking at it, it just doesn't keep up. It can though. I mean, it can perform well if you're especially stacking with ACS. But then the build needs to also kind of accommodate that, which, for instance, with the tech tanks, I would say they do, like the Heartbreaker tech tank does. But on the full red, it's kind of too much of a hassle to try to get too close. Are these builds specifically for PvE, or do they work for PvP too? Generally, most of my collection is for PvE. I have a few conflict builds, so specifically for conflict in the collection. Because that's a mode that I do play. I haven't played much of DZ. So... But there's a folder for conflict, and although I just called conflict, and there's one DZ build in there technically. But yeah, generally you wouldn't want to take any PvE builds into PvP. They don't. There's a different rule set basically for PvP. Within your mind, which hand LMG can have one of your friends would you prefer? I mean the M249. / Mark 46. The Mark 46 specifically, because those are all the same. So I have three of those. There's the M249B, the M249 Para with something else there, and then you have the Mark 46, the military Mark 46. The military Mark 46 out of those three is the best handling, just by a tiny margin. But yeah, that's the 150 round one. But honestly, I think I'm just gonna stick an MG5 on it. Like 100 rounds is fine too with Satas. And both of those are actually pretty close to each other as well, so it's not even that big of a loss. The thing is though that the MG5 has a much better reload. So I kind of like having that. Although OD has 30% reload, right? So I should, what is the M249's reload on OD? Do I have one? I have one. 324. But yeah, 211 for that MG5. 324 is kind of fine. It's at least not in the fours. At least, yeah, that 30% reload on OD kind of helping out there. So yeah, M249. Although ammo conservation wise or well, damage per mag wise specifically, M60 could make sense as well. Nah, GR9 is still low. Because M60 of course has a much lower rate of fire, so your damage per mag. Actually, yeah, let's meander for a second. If we go here, LMG, because yeah, damage per mag wise. Because they also have the Negev, actually. But the Negev is like the Carnage is kind of fine. The handling of the Negev is the worst. But with the Carnage is kind of fine because you know you just make up for it with extra damage. I mean, yeah, that is 2 million, 2.5 million difference here. But I think this Mark 46 is actually by far more than enough. Because the Negev would have been this anyway. So we're giving up like 1 million. That's not too bad. That's a big jump, though. That would be a big jump. From 8 million to 5 million. Oh, well, 5.4. I still think MG5, though, honestly. That's still more than enough. Because keep in mind that has that 5 million versus ARs. Like, even the highest AR doesn't reach that high, right? So, and in the past, I was kind of okay running it even with AKs. So, so the AR is for you when Tinker comes out. I'd still think, yeah, LMGs will have it kind of beat. Just that damage per mag is very nice. Because, yeah, the AUG is still like close to half of even the thingy. The MG5. Use the Carnage now. Yeah, then the M249 is going to be kind of an upgrade. M249 or MG5. I would say I'll likely play around with both and see where we land on it finally. Carnage accuracy is that horrible? Yep. Carnage is like the Negev specifically. It's kind of the worst handling LMG. But yeah, the 5%. The thing is though that LMG is like it's only like the first 5 shots anyway, right? Like after that it becomes pretty accurate. That's just how LMGs end up working. But it still doesn't reach the same accuracies as a better LMG handling wise. LMG was today. Yeah, actually later on we'll be jumping over into Division 1. I'm gonna work a little bit on the build collection. We're gonna do one calculation sheet and then head into Division 1 and play around there. Or OD run contractor still? Oh, as a question? No, likely not, because you wouldn't want the backpack. At least for the general one. For the general one, you don't want the backpack. The backpack increases the bleed. The bleed is kind of tertiary to that build. It's not even secondary. It's like it's like just something that you need to have happen to have the mark on enemies and stuff. But the bleed isn't important. So you wouldn't want to run. You would want to avoid the backpack, and that means yeah, backpack, and then the backpack is not the gear set, and then Tinkerer. 6 skins indeed. Yeah, I do like the Carnage skins and the the Negev skin indeed. But also the M249. One of the reasons I actually grabbed the M249B is because it has a pretty cool skin. Would I build around the Liquid Engineer if I had to? It's kind of needed for that sentence because yeah, I generally just don't. Talents, damage talents and stuff are kind of way too valuable to me, especially nowadays as well. You could, for instance, run Palisade and Gunner and have like, instead of it being, X bonus armor, it would be healing damage that has been done to you by just having armor on kill. But yeah, I mean, you can fit it into anything. Although I would generally, because actually how much is liquid over normal? I run it so little. Gear talents. So recommend the list can go. Oh. Bloodsucker. So 12%, yeah. I would just run normal Bloodsucker on I would just run normal Bloodsucker on a Cheska, honestly. The 12% is a difference maker, but I'd rather have the brand bonus there. Because even if you have like 2 or 3 stacks going from like 30% to 36%, not that big of a deal, I think. But yeah, I could just go into any build because it's just a survivability talent. It would fit in well with, for instance, it would fit in well with a Hunter's Fury or such, and then maybe as well Intimidate. Is it gonna? My voice doesn't want to keep going. Oh yeah, the color indeed. I have food in my stash. Apparently, that could very well be. Did I get it? I hope I did. Although maybe it's likely the coffee that I've been drinking. It's likely just the foam from that. What's my defense for Habs chest over Chain Killer? It does more on the first shot, especially. Oh, hey there, Rossi, actually. Wait, you don't prefer a Habsburg setup? Because if I have the choice, I'm gonna go with the Habsburg setup over the Chain Killer setup, if we can. Okay, that was likely some coffee foam, as I just stick my face in it. Let's see anything else. Soon, definitely. Yeah, exactly. Just it's extra fridge space, right? We just take the we save it up there for a rainy day. Yeah, let's actually. So this one, yeah, we even have the hand basket in here. So this has been touched pretty recently. And yeah, Habsburg variant. Oh, I don't think I still have made a Harvest 25 here. No, I have. But yeah, it's not worth it to change the whole picture just for that. We'll change it if something actually changes. And yeah, let's take it to the Headhunter Tech Tank, although the Ninja Bike version. This one has been touched pretty recently as well. One of the things I'm checking as well, if all of these have the weapon mods there. At least for the weapons that matter, because I generally don't put them for the pistol unless it's a pistol build. And yeah, this all still looks good. Some of these need to be revisited once I have grade 30 on some gear, but we'll do that just when we get 30s on gear. They'll help out. They'll help the look of some of these. Let me catch up here. Compared to second shot damage, difference is none. Our max stacks is next to nothing, but there's meaningful difference with Chain Killer. The first shot also has pretty meaningful differences, especially the Habsburg being able to like start on an elite in the right setting. Like that is a meaningful difference. And yeah, I've kind of, I mean, we have these. I have basically the calculations for both versions. Like the White Death here can never reach the point, even though like this one, yeah, you do need to have the hotshot up. You need to have decent grading. You need to have the 5+5 weapon damage on the thing there, on the White Death. and then you can start at elite. Like that to me is a much more impactful thing than the second shot. I don't run it in groups as well. Keep that in mind, because yeah, you might care about that in group setting, where this goes to 23 million instead of to 22 million. But I don't run it in groups, and that second shot is always gonna be kind of wasted. But especially this is like, to me, the most meaningful difference that the Habsburg can make. Because otherwise, I wouldn't even go Habsburg. I would just go Palisades plus something else, 1% regen or something. Palisade plus Belster would be like, because to me as well, this second shot being that higher, yeah, this definitely is higher. But then also, the last shot is still like around the same. This first shot is honestly the one I care about the most. Let's take that back here. But it depends on how you're using it. In a group setting, I could see it lean more that way. But I see the Habsburg as being able to start on elite as like a really substantial upgrade. It's also why generally, for instance, even going to control points, I will kind of find the patrol, either drop one of them or just kind of drop all of them till we're in the mode that we're kind of cycling on that 20%, right? And then just carry that over into a control point and then just start on an elite. You don't even have to search for the purple with determined. So we're going to do more damage over the fourth hotshot piece. It would be more damage, but I also like the hotshot pieces bonus. Like the healing from that, the bonus armor, the reload, especially if you're running White Death. All of those things are actually things that I like. But yeah, the other option you can go indeed is go like whatever 2 pieces you're picking plus Fox Sprayer instead. But yeah, I generally like having the reload, especially from Hotshot. And he decrypts and he soaked. And hey there, Peter. Are you testing cheese bounty in Brooklyn? Odd question. So far, I've tried a few bounties there. Most of the places don't seem, very cheese friendly. Hell, I would say are some of the, outside of some of like the open world Wony ones and some of the open world DC ones that really go into the open world and stuff. The thing is, the whole map there doesn't have any side missions, right? Like even in Wony, the places that we use for, well, not all of them, but especially for instance, the one in Two Bridges is kind of a side mission, right? That we kind of clear up and then it goes to that same building over and over again if we have somebody at the control point area. We don't have those kind of side missions in Brooklyn, so it doesn't have anywhere like those to go. And all of the other ones are kind of in the streets, and it's a lot of running in between them. So I don't think we'll find a good spot there, unless I haven't done that many bounties there. But as for ammo directives, which is what people learn, there's a lot. Yeah, although, well, keep in mind that the ammo part of it, as long as you're running sharpshooter and you're in cover, which, with the other one, or looking at this one now, actually, we're not even on the right character anymore. But with this, we're running sharpshooter anyway. As long as you're in cover, that's going to take care of your ammo needs anyway. But yeah, I like 4-piece hotshot, the healing and the bonus armor as well. Just as you kind of take hits and stuff, you just get yourself healed up with that and then have a little bit of bonus armor on top, protecting the vigilance a little bit. Although, of course, the things you usually get hit by, like snipers and stuff, that will like take you to Hellgate anyway. That's not getting stopped by the little bit of bonus armor. But yeah, especially the reload. And the damage bonus is, because the starting on elite, at least with determined, I don't think you can do that even with the Fox, because you need kind of the 20% of the second shot bonus, or be kind of in the mode where it's kind of cycling. I know this as a completely different thing to do with Hotshot. I do kind of like this setup. Why is this picture like this? I do want to fix this real quick. Because I actually know what the issue is. I did take the white dot out of it, I think. Yeah. It's that I didn't actually go to like where it shows the stats to the side, so it's very so very warped. The rest of it is all the same still, right? At least if I grab the same weapons. Yeah, let's actually let's fix this. It just bothers me. Let's pick the spec weapon. This looks less. This looks way less warped, right? Like than that. So put that in. This goes at just the main picture. That looks a little bit better. Scalpel numbers there. Wait, that Nemesis. Everything's here. Skill numbers. Yeah. That's all. The rest of this all looks good. Combat medic. This is the repair skill one. I don't want to change this. I think I want to swap it to be just striker pieces with crit chance, crit damage, and then just mods, crit chance, or with reload, or with repair skill. Although that would be annoying with this chest, because this chest is the same chest that I use in just my striker and stuff. To a degree that likely I would go with a second chest, if I have one. I actually don't have an extra Cheska chest. I mean, for now, we're going to leave it. Because I feel that would be a better balance anyway. And then as well, if this is just crit chances and crit damages instead of the repair skill, this is basically the same then as a turret drone hybrid. And we can just swap these two out for a turret and a drone for when I need a turret and a drone. Or journey stuff. But for now, let's just keep it as is. The rest of this is kind of fine looking. There's the other combat medic as well, of similar design on the main bulk of the build collection. That's also actually why some of these builds are kind of repeats. Character 5 kind of does that a lot. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. That's I'm kind of behind again. Small question: is the bug or is the ninja bike armor core not counting towards one of the 7.5% for the passive modifier? I haven't tried the ninja bike much yet. The memento one counts. Keep in mind that you always start or at max when you load up a build. You can't exceed 4 tiers. So even if you have all 6 blue cores or something, you can't exceed 4 when you start. So that 5th one has always got to come from fighting some stuff. And then as well, you only get 5. even if you fought some stuff, you get 5 tiers out of it, and not like if you have 6 blue, you don't, there's no 6th tier of it. But it could also be that it just doesn't count, but I haven't specifically tried. It's just your stash is empty. Is that a bug? Yes. If you log out and log back in, usually it'll fix it. That doesn't fix it. You have to fast travel to like New York and back, or Brooklyn and back, or offsite and back, or to DC if you're in other places. Just basically doing a fast travel off the map. But yeah, that bug has been around, and hopefully, well, tomorrow there's a maintenance. There isn't a patch with it. They haven't at least announced the patch with it with patch notes, but hopefully that is that'll help help. But it has a common issue that's been going around, and it's not. Yeah, it's never missing. Nobody so far has had items lost or anything. It's just a visual bug, so it's not loading the stash correctly, and then if you kind of reset by just going off map or going to like other place, so it creates a new session for you, it usually fixes it. And hey there, Randy. He's from the bandy. Yeah, I've been actually trying to keep up with doing those daily bandies. It's weird that they have a weekly timer and then they reset daily. It's kind of odd. And yeah, thanks for asking, Randy. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I hope everybody's enjoying their Monday so far. Back to the normal week after the weekend. But yeah, I've been enjoying today. Yeah. Clips. Yeah, this one is all one of my favorites. On weekly and one daily. Well, no, they have a weekly timer to them, but they still keep resetting daily. So it's kind of. I'm not sure actually they meant for those keys already to be out there. But yeah, we'll grab some while we can. First, yeah, just going any off map thing will work. No, countdown again. Yeah, understandable. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of new players, of course, and yeah, they don't know the way yet. Yeah, for Alpharales. Yeah. I mean, it's depending on who you get, right? And also which bonuses you get. If you get the close range buff, even with a bad team, it'll go fine. If you have one or two other decent players, it'll go fine. But sometimes, yeah, sometimes you're in a group with just 7 idiots. And oh, wow. So it's not even likely 7 idiots. It's likely 7 people that haven't run a lot of countdowns and are new to the game and aren't well geared and don't know how to kind of play. And they might make bad choices in our eyes and get us killed. The best first under. Oh yeah, sometimes it goes like that. Somehow we did, yeah. Okay, with the bad bill. Yeah, you gotta watch out with that because first of all, the thing doesn't update still that well. So if they're like on a mule or something and then they log on to their main character, you might be seeing that build or whatever build they were running like before they joined. Because still with countdown, when you're inspecting people, it doesn't always show the build that they currently have on. It might be minutes delayed, and they might have been just putting together something when the snapshot happened, and then yeah. Real SHG levels in countdown lately. I mean, yeah, there's a big influx of new players, which is also a good thing, right? We're getting fresh blood into here. So, new play. Playing after a few years off. Well, welcome back, Tara. Gear grind. Is it still countdown? Indeed, it is. Countdown is still the way to go for gearing up. It is the easy way. Sometimes frustrating way, but it's still the easiest way. Stick around to farm levels. Yeah. Although, well, what I quite often do is just kind of log out or just leave group. after they get their thing. Because a lot of players also don't understand that they can only get one commendation per time. Yeah, let's continue here real quick. This is Gunner Eclipse, a weirder setup for it. This is actually what I recommend quite often to players starting out with Eclipse. Because actually, if you start with this, while Gunner might seem like a weird choice, the Banshee Pulse is a really good and easy skill to use. So this is, for instance, that's why this one is always still around. Even in the masterclass coming up, we're gonna discuss this one as kind of, hey, grab this to begin with, because even if you can't land your fires yet, at least with a Banshee, you can, like every room, you can at least Banshee away, right? And you can do so from behind walls and stuff and be safe. So at least you're doing something for the team. Because yeah, this would be definitely in team. But yeah, this one we're keeping around. Even though actually on the character, on the account itself, it's saved as just a survivalist standard Eclipse, but just for the build picture here, it's with Gunner. At some point, I've been meaning to add damage numbers for Eclipse. The downside is, though, that that's very it's very annoying to grab those numbers. Let's keep this up. Let's keep this open, and then yeah, decide in a second. The easy mortar build, the non-sacrifice version. This one gets to stay as is. This didn't get displaced by Shiny Monkey and stuff, right? No, because yeah, no, how could it, right? Because Shiny could give those two pieces, but then you're still stuck with Wyvern or something. You could bring in Waveform then, but because these three pieces are way too valuable, right? The two-piece Grupo, the China, that's way too valuable. So it's only here where we can kind of fiddle. And then, yeah, this is still gonna be the way to go. And this has all the damage numbers. The bug standard raid healer. Do I want to maybe fiddle with the hastes on this? What's the high feel? 376, so double 376 plus 10%. Wait, I always forget. Is it 10% or 15%? I'm doubting myself. I think it's 10%, right? Or is it 15%? Actually, 15. Okay, yeah. So I was wrong. Is it 10% for the? I mean, 10% of the damage, right? That's what I'm maybe thinking of. So plus 15%, and yeah, that's going to cover more than enough for even. Because the idea there is especially to 2 hive charges to be enough for a full red, but then nowadays it needs to be a full red with like 12 grading, right? that's the full red nowadays. So that's 376 times 2, and then plus 15%. So that's gonna be, yeah, so 4. Oh no, I mean 8, no 7. 751, 52, 752 plus 15%. Yeah, that's gonna cover that. I don't think we can lose one more yellow, or we won't lose one more repair skill and still be above that. Well, let's actually try. We can just re-roll a piece. So actually, how much? Yeah, 376. So how much does it go to if I, let's say we take this and go haste here. and then go back to the skill. 349. So yeah, now it's 349. So yeah, so 700. Let's say 700 times 700 times 700 times 1.15 is 805. What's striker with 12? 830. So yeah, I think we just keep that as is. That's actually one of those things that, like, I feel like that's at least a good way to go with, like, how much how much repair skills we put on it. It's not per se a very important one, but yeah, if it can heal with 2 charges instead of 3, that's kind of a benefit. Yeah, let me catch up again as we're kind of way behind again. Use electric gloves when you could have snow machine in knees. On the Eclipse earlier, because I like having this slot, because we can swap easily from the electric going over there, or generally more. The Eclipse mask goes here, Courier goes here, and BTSU or an electric glove goes here. And then I can make it a foam Eclipse real quick. That I can also go BTSU. That's why it's always the glove slot. Because also sometimes I used to run Eclipses with BTSU in it. Because BTSU is actually really good. But yeah, the snow machine as well. It's just, I mean, I'm sure you know, but for others, it's also just a graphical effect, right? It doesn't actually make an actual difference. So I don't run it much. Because of extra as fuck. Yeah, indeed. MG5 Canada, the trouble got rolled. Good chance. Nice. That is a good pull. Link for build, guys, please. Oh yeah, that'll take Muddy there already. I'll take you to the build collection, which is down here. Although I would recommend, yeah, starting, there's a recommended build list in there as well, which you can find once you're in there. Because while there are a lot of builds in the build collection, not all of them come recommended. Some of them are specifically there to be silly. As we're saying, the build didn't have a clue what to do. Oh yeah, they'll learn over time. It'll get better. I'm going to put out a backfire build. I mean, I already have a backfire build here in the collection. Later on, actually, yeah, I'm going to compare it to the Ninja Bike version, because I've been always curious about the numbers. Mostly, how much do you lose when you go that route? Because you do gain a blue and a yellow. But yeah, I mean, just striker backfire as all. This has been like this ever since Cheska changes, which is 2 seasons ago or something. So, but honestly, it's either you do this or you do the Ninja Bike version with Cavalier. That one will likely be, well, that will be behind, but then has a blue and a yellow extra. You can put a few blue cores here, and that's about it. That's kind of the option set that you have. You can also just run backfire on a full red, especially for incursion and stuff. That's where people just run a full red striker with backfire, and then the bleed, once you get to 100 stacks, just doesn't matter. It just goes away. Like, it bleeds you once at 100 stacks, and then if you can keep it going, which, for instance, yeah, with incursion, you're just continuously firing. You just keep it going. It just doesn't bleed you anymore. And then the healer as well is helping, of course, to kind of, because in those cases as well, we have a healer with us, hazard protection from them, from the healing, and also just the healing kind of keeps you topped off. Do I believe it? Indeed. As long as the fights as well are like fast enough. Now that because they changed, of course, the stacking for the damage end, it went to 100 stacks, but then 2 per stack. But actually the damage end, which used to be, 200 stacks and each was a half, so you would deal your full armor amount to yourself in damage. Now that's also half. So it can still be frustrating though when you get health gated and it just takes you down. With modifier, it's 97% Hasbro. Yeah, also this season being very much because the backfire is the kind of popular thing of the day. Because this season as well, 70 crit chance makes quite a difference when to crit damage talents. Because actually even strained and stuff, just some quick calculations with it being on like 70%. That pushes strained actually to be kind of around measured amounts. So, especially as well when you kind of, well, not really. It's still pretty a little bit below it, but especially taking it to when you take it to 100% crit chance, then like strained really shines, for instance, and also backfire. Anything crit based. It's kind of balanced around 60%. So any, when we go to 70, it's already a little bit over. And if we take it to over 100% with the active on, now it's really a lot. What's a better weapon talent for Umbra, measured or optimist? Definitely measured over optimist. Measured there is kind of, versus strained and stuff like that. Because measure is still going to be ahead. Optimist is just way too little nowadays. Because measured the total weapon damage and the weapon damage side of things of it aren't getting hit much. Optimus as well would not, of course, be getting hit by the increased crit damage and rate of fire. So, but it still doesn't gain enough to overtake measured on Umbra. 511 is the best build indeed. Going the full red backfire indeed. Ninja 3 second one says one for the person. Actually, so that's the build I kind of want to, because I've still this open and a calculator here open. In a second, we'll go check that out. But I actually want to see what the Cavalier version does. I've been meaning to do so. Several people asked recently about it. Headmats definitely puts on damage end, puts the backpack striker, the not ninja bike version, quite a bit ahead. Because you're losing one roll there, right? So you're losing one crit damage there, but in return you're getting 30 crit chance. That can be replaced with 2 crit damage mods. You are fully hazard resistance, and then also your, you have a blue and a yellow. But then the damage end is basically the striker backpack versus 24 crit damage, which, especially the 24 crit damage when the backfire is like fully going is gonna completely lose that. But I'm curious actually how much behind it is, because you are gaining a blue and a red, a blue and a yellow, and you are gaining, you're going to full hazard protected. But as well, I'm kind of gonna look at it without the season things. But in the season version, so one of the future videos, so the next video is going to be SHD exposed only tips, which is the short version, because first of all, we haven't had shorts in a while, but also, I've been doing those for the global events as they're coming through. And then the one after that is going to be the global modifier. So with the global modifier, there's going to be a lot of looking around backfire, actually. There's a bunch of backfire calculations planned for that one. Have I made a final measured build yet? Yes, in Division 1. in Division 2, I have made a measured assembly. Don't worry about it as well. I keep saying it wrong too, but I couldn't leave the joke. But yeah, I've made a measured assembly. I haven't added it to the build collection yet, mostly because I haven't ran it much yet. I want to kind of run it and see what we can do with it. Actually, I've already seen some stuff where just like, oh, okay, yeah, totally. We're going to use measured assembly for that. For instance, the Lovebird fight. It just deletes the turrets, it deletes the health boxes, it deletes the drone. All things that are very, makes that fight so much more consistent with that build. And hell, if we're giving up the FI buffs for that, sure. Like, no brainer. Because that'll just make it more consistent. It'll be slower, but it'll be more consistent. So it's gonna have a place in some places. Can levels of damage and for together build this per shot, every single shot size. The modifiers up. Oh yeah, especially with the modifier up, it's gonna like backfire. Like all of the talents that are gonna get crit based are gonna really go through the roof. But so is killer, actually. Of course, it's kind of the thing as well. Oh, and thank you so much there, Furry, for the subscription. As always, much appreciated. And yeah, thank you very much. A question about incoming repairs. Does this affect the black stacks from True Patriot? If so, how would we calculate it? It doesn't, so we don't need to. Yay. But no, incoming repairs, they changed it to become only from healing skills. So no talent should affect it. That doesn't mean no talent does affect it, because especially the important ones we've checked and stuff. But there might be like a talent somewhere that like it still affects, but none of the important ones, like none of the ones we would care about. Especially, for instance, catharsis or let's say that but yeah, it's also just the repair. So it's also not the artificer, for instance, to the shield, and it's only to the player themselves as well. So it's not to the shield when it's getting healed. And they made those changes specifically because, yeah, otherwise things like True Patriot, things like other things were getting affected by it and making for kind of imbalance. But the incoming repairs at this point is only really the skills. So the skills and then to the player that has incoming repairs. What are my thoughts on the new Expanse game being a third-person cover shooter? It's a new thought to me, so I don't follow the gaming news too much. Is it the Expanse from like the TV show and the books thing? But yeah, there's a lot of those kind of games that are set as third-person shooters, but they don't, because at the end of the day as well, I'm much more about the MMO side of things that is kind of seeped into Division. I'm much more about that, like build making and yeah. I wonder if that's even in there or if it's just, a third-person shooter, because they do make a lot of those. Smart cover support was one of my go-to in Div 1. Yeah, same here. Oh, it's Flashbang Sticky and Gas Grenade. Yeah, I mean, Flashbang Sticky is, I feel, still... Whenever I'm running kind of a damage build in Division 1, it's Pulse and Flashbang, like on all of them. That's just my go-tos indeed. Yeah, let's so yeah, this is the Backbone version, Bighorn version of the Striker. This is just here just to give the like how to do the stat layout for this specifically. This is kind of fine. We'll leave it as is. This should be with just the lefty though here. I don't know why I have a rock and roll here. Well, for now we'll leave it. That's kind of fine. And Negotiator. And yeah, this one's also kind of fine. And then here as well, actually, the LMG is kind of set up to be... so both of these are with 3 crit chance mods. That puts the AR at 52. That puts the LMG at 62. Or well, actually, no, it's 61.5 because of this 9.5% we have here. So actually, in this case, the LMG, when I'm close range and we have the close range buff, I can swap to the LMG and have, you know, we're in with that optimal for the Coyote. And then if we're in mid range, as we're supposed to be most of it the time, then we can just use the Lexington and be kind of in that same. I feel this is still a thing that I should do this more often, and actually should maybe make a video about it as well at some point, of just discussing like, hey, think about your secondary, and especially taking, for instance, an AR plus an SMG or an AR plus an LMG, and then setting up the LMG with different crit chances or SMG. Because now as well, with the SMGs as well, we could go 25 basically, right? We can go, well, 26. And then the AR on 15, and then, or well, even maybe a little low, like 26, no, 21. Actually, yeah, we could go all crit damage mods on it. Versus 15, and then like the SMG is much better at close range. Right? But yeah, that's kind of fine. Let's actually see. Yeah, let's see actually how this kind of looks. Let's take this Eclipse. Although, yeah, let's make it actually this Eclipse by grabbing Gunner. Although Survivalist shouldn't matter here. I just want to see, is there a good way to add damage numbers for this? Because we would need the initial explosion number and then also the fire tick, right? Because I wouldn't mind adding this to maybe all the Eclipses. Just so we can also compare them on their numbers as well. On the Striga, yeah, that can be a decent one. Although for OD, the thing is with OD, Sadist is really good with OD. I would say things like a Striga just on a Striker make more sense. Because, yeah, Strained or Sadist is like really good. And you have basically the perfect, you know, in OD, you have the perfect tool to kind of keep it going. Let's see, other than that, yeah, so let's actually set this to invulnerable. Okay. So now, yeah, we have to kind of do it with damage numbers there, right? Otherwise it's gonna be way too messy. Actually, wait 1 second. Let's do that again. Where's the original explosion? I think I can capture that, although it's going to be annoying. That way. That didn't work out well. I think I can grab the... Because I like the numbers that aren't in the damage numbers chat kind of thing. I like the numbers that kind of show up on the side better. Also, they have like a comma in them that makes it easier to actually read. Oh yeah, actually, so if I... But here, if I do this, right... That's kind of unreadable, though. It overlaps a bunch of things together, so yeah, no, let's just take it from here then, and that'll be just our compromise. We'll just do it like this. Alright. Initial explosion, 2 valve ticks, 2 fire ticks. Just so we see they're the same. I think that'll work out the best. Yeah. Yeah. What might make it a little bit more understandable. Let's do this. If I take that. And I take this. No, maybe actually, yeah, no, maybe we crop this and we just do it like this. Right? Do you have a good way of representing the explosion? Because explosive don't really have that icon, of course. Yeah, it's understandable, right? Like this is the valve, this is the fire. The other thing must be the initial explosion, right? feel that makes kind of sense. Except also, yeah. And I realized that, of course, this is now a grade 12 fire chem and not a grade 10 one. Let me get you over here 1 second. And actually, I need a bio, and then we'll fix that up because we'll need to likely change some of the numbers here, especially for the fire chem if we're going to have it like that, because I want it to be that you can align your numbers to my numbers, and this way you couldn't. That's a speedrun. Eclipse speedrun as well. Is a new grease knee pad any good? No, because overall you lose, because that skill duration that it has, that isn't actually that useful to any of the skills that we use much. So for instance, for fire chem, skill duration increases how long the cloud is in the game world, which you don't really care about. For foam and stuff, it's not the foam duration. For a lot of other things, it's not the duration that we care about, right? Like for blind, it's not the blind duration. For jammer, it's not the... although actually, well, is it for jammers, that duration? Actually, yeah, for jammer, I think it might be. But for a lot of things, it's not the things we would care about. Also for like fire sticky, it's not the burn duration. That means that your versus an electric piece, you have 10 plus 10, right? And here you have 16. So as long as that skill duration isn't doing much, you're just basically losing 4 status effect. So, and if that duration did apply to more things better in a better way, like if it was the bleed duration on the hive or something, because that there as well isn't. For instance, on the stinger hive, it's just the duration that it stays on the ground, not the bleed duration. So it's mostly because of that it's not very good. Yeah, let me take one quick bio break, and then I'll be back. And then yeah, let's fix this one up. Have a look at the Redify, and then we go to main accounts. Check real quick on the hazard protection thingy build there, and then to div 1, because I do want to jump into div 1 still today. But yeah, I'll be right back. As I'm back. Let's go back here. Also, quickly grabbed a little bit of chocolate for myself. Just to munch on. I'm not jamming. Yeah, actually, I'm not sure on this. I wouldn't think it would be actually, but let's actually check. Just not one I know off the top of my head, so which is quite rare actually. So 8.9. Do I actually have duration modes on? 8.9, 8.9. So yeah, no. So what does it do even here? Nothing at all. I mean, yeah, one mod would be enough to actually change that a little bit. No, it's definitely. So that's kind of the thing with skill duration. It as this, it just doesn't affect the things that we would like. Because here as well, it's just the cloud duration that goes up. Actually, now it's 28 seconds. If I load back up to my normal variant and go back here, then now it's 24 seconds, the cloud duration, but the burn duration and that kind of stuff didn't change at all. So, which I feel actually, it's for balancing reasons, because yeah, if we could actually extend the duration of some of those, like the burn and stuff with this skill, would be a little bit too much, because yeah, we could have the skill duration and then status effect. So it's kind of at a balancing thing, but yeah. 15 second be break. I know, I was away for a minute, but also it's like just to the toilet and washing my hand and then back is not that's not, we don't need hours for that. We can speed run that. Yeah, so yeah, we need to fix that here. But then I'll only fix it for the fire eclipse. Or for the fire cam, I mean. For on this. But then yeah, we need the matching build. So I need gunner again. Because I'm going to change the base picture just so that the grading goes to 12 on that picture. Because with some of the resources thing, the thing I did was take a bunch of skills to to 12. So they're now all 12s. Let's put the right mods in the Banshee. Let's get a fresh base picture, although like this. Do I should have this on stream? No. Let's take it here. Because the old picture was all with 10s. Minor difference, but sometimes it can be annoying and frustrating if I leave that like that, because sometimes we'll just try to, if you copy the build exactly, you should be hitting the same exact numbers. Of course. And yeah, when you don't, that can be frustrating because you might start to look for other things. So I try to be good about always having the right numbers here. But yeah, we'll especially just fix up those. The other ones we'll leave at 10. And in the past, I wasn't too good about it, but yeah, then sometimes people were trying to hit matching numbers and they wouldn't, and then it was kind of my fault. And I've learned to not leave that anymore. Actually, yeah, we don't do stats anymore. Just like that. I like that. These other two staying at 10. It's fine. Although while we're here, I might as well. Yeah, let's. While we're here. Shock trap. What was the other one? Blinder. You know what? Let's keep these here for a second and compare what 2 grading gets us. Going from 10 to 12. Spoiler warning, it's not going to be much. Uh, and then that's. So for instance, here the duration is actually the duration that they stay on the ground. So for instance, shock trap, it would help a little. But also there, it's like not the important stat, right? Because quite often you deconstruct them anyway before they're done just to get a fresh set out. So... Oh. No, wait. Yeah. That guy's there, and this guy's here. So our blind duration went from a 16.4 to a 16.6. And our shock duration is 9.4, 9.5. Although that's going from 10 to 12. Like, yeah. What did we expect? Did I miss anything here? No. Okay, so this one we gave a refresher to. What I wouldn't mind adding. She does have that, right? She don't have that. And I'm blanking on the talent. Perpetuation pistol, maybe. That's fine. This for now is fine. Yeah, so we have that one done. Let's actually have a look at this one because this would really be the only one I can change. For some reason, although I kind of know why, I went with the Bullet King there. I don't think I want to have the Bullet King there anymore. Because I don't end up here running it that way anyway. So let's just replace it. What do I replace it with, though, is the question. Because actually, so, which, I mean, it's not even a Bullet King she has in her inventory. But also it doesn't even list here that this is technically a rate of fire one, I think. Oh no, it's a crit chance one actually. Wait, the crit chance isn't even fixed for that? Okay. Usually at least keep the crit chance for that weapon. Got one crit chance mod or here. That still makes it so if I put in a BTSU, right, that's still 51. Yeah. So it's now set up actually, yeah, for a 15 crit chance weapon. Put in striker. Redify. Let's put back in the coyote. I'm not actually hating Elmo for this. $52. Yeah, maybe we just do that. Elmo and Lexington with Killer. Yeah, let's do that. I would prefer that over this Bullet King. It just means getting damage numbers and new as well, but it's fine. Also, this would become just 3 crit chance mods and not the link laser pointer. This is gonna change. This is gonna change. This is gonna change with grading. Yeah. Let's get those. Actum est. The thing is, I don't hate the Bullet King for a build like this. We can just, hold down the button and just eventually stuff will die. Also, that's giving up a lot of burst. For a lot of sustain, which this build isn't already like built for sustain end of things anyway. Let's move these a little. Fit this one. Yeah, let's get Elmo. Name here. And I kind of feel better about just having this. Elmo here. Oh no, is it 26? God damn it. Why did I make this 26? I guess we're making it 30 then. I feel 26 is like a very... Well, we make it 28 at least. Like 26 is just the awkward number. I have a little bit of exotic components. Yeah, let's make it at least 28. That was like last season's one. Normally with weapons like these, I would just stop on 25. Because at least the 5s are kind of, human-ish numbers. Also, I don't want to spend the other 18 to make it 30. I don't use the Elmo enough for that. Anymore. Mostly because the bonus or like the buffs to killer and measured really put it so that, yeah, it's just too big of a loss to leave out a damage talent for utility talent one, especially this as well. Kind of just doesn't, while it is a little bit higher than just a non-talented weapon, it just doesn't keep up. I'll get you for a second. Fire build, I like using Neva to make it snow with the status effect. Oh yeah, understandable. I generally have that glove slot because, especially when going from that, so the way that I go from Fire Eclipse. So if you have like Fire Eclipse, I actually have in my stash. I have Eclipse Mask. I have a Courier somewhere. Courier. So perfect creeping that. Those two go in, and then especially it being the glove slot means also I can swap out that glove for a BTSU glove, because that's actually the way that we quite often run eclipses for legendary and stuff. So it being the glove slot is kind of for that. Because otherwise, if you're just running it as a red eclipse or as a fire eclipse, yeah, why not, right? Just have a little bit of sparkle going. Does this segment run on Mercedes? Oh, I'm just really unlucky. You're really unlucky. Because yeah, definitely does, because, you know. There, yeah, but merciless and ruthless. But yeah, sometimes you get really unlucky with one item, and it'll eat up, hoover up a lot of exotic components. Keep in mind that also merciless isn't per se worth it. To run that much. So, although, yeah, if you're just wanting the full collection or something, I mean, I totally get it. I've rerolled all of mine as well in the stash and such. What determines the base value of the tiers? Is it how many cores you have? Yes. But it doesn't go beyond 4. It's kind of the basics of it. So and minimum is 1 as well. But yeah, even if you're full red, you don't get 6 tiers, because first of all it's only 5. But you always at max are 4. All the exotics with D-Tag mainly. Oh yeah, understandable. I have kind of the same same setup going on my end, so I can't begrudge you that. But yeah, no, sometimes it's just there are horror stories of I don't remember the exact number, but I remember one time Dodd being stuck on a Ouroboros that it went over 100. I think it was like 110 or something, but yeah, that can happen. It can eat up a lot, because technically it's a 1 in 12, or well, 1 in 13. Because yeah, for most of the weapons there's, oh well, no, for most of those weapons is 1 in 12. There's 13 of them, but usually one is already the second slot, so that's already taking out of the list, of course. I also now hate that this is now 12 and this is now 10. So let's fix these up. Because they just don't align there anymore. The annoyances of having upgraded some stuff. Okay, and then the new stats. Let's also get a little bit of separation between these and those 2 items at the bottom. Because that's kind of the other way you can set this up, is with BTSU. I kind of like that version a lot as well for Redify. And yeah, definitely Pam, and yeah, have a good rest, and we'll definitely see each other likely in the future. Tomorrow likely I'll be on a little bit earlier, so. And yeah, have a good rest. Oh, Dazzler was 103. Yeah, so over 100 is already pretty impressive. I wonder if I've had any that have gone like that high. I don't think so. I feel I would remember. I've definitely had some that are in the 30s or 40s. But not more than that, I think. 5 blue cores is not resulting in 4 tiers. Or is it a reduced amount per tier? There is the calculation system that it uses is in the thingy. I haven't actually looked too much into how that system works because I'm gonna do that for for the video on it. I need to activate it and then come in here. Wait. How much does this give? So I think if you have 6 blue cores, it should give you 4, but maybe 5 isn't enough. Because it's 4 or 6 red gets you. So how much does this get me? Yeah, so 3.5. Okay, so you need 6 actually then. I thought you needed that 5 was enough. But it is basically a scoring system. It's in the patch notes of the season thing that came out as well. And then yeah, on top of that you get but basically the cap is 4. So how did we land on 3.5 there though? With 5, so oh, is it just half of a tier per core likely? I mean, it's likely half of a tier per core, and then you start on 1 complete. So, 2, 3, and 4 is the 6 tiers, most likely. I don't know. Oh, yeah, have a good night, Peter. Yeah, let's get damage numbers for this thing. That's all we need for here. Although yeah, actually, yeah, thingy's off. And then Coyote at mid range. Doesn't matter DTA or DTH, but let's take DTA. We don't need to stack anything. So just whatever we get here. And whatever we get there. Didn't have a good set there. And there we go. I know, not too impressive damage numbers or anything, but it's more impressive than a yellow eclipse. That much we can definitely say. Yeah, so we changed this one to be no longer the Bullet King, which yeah, I wasn't feeling that in that spot anyway. I remember why I chose it, but yeah, nah. Yeah, let's quickly, although we've been going for already quite a while, let's quickly do this one though, because I am curious and I'm gonna keep forgetting otherwise. Gonna swap to main accounts because yeah, we've basically done all of character 5 or 5s on the build collection, so everything from 501 to 516 is wanted to be for this coming season. The only thing that will change is when Tinkerer comes in. But actually, I will likely keep this one. This one's with the contractors, and then we'll likely keep this one with Cheska Backpack, Contractors, and Carnage for people that don't have Tinkerer. And then the other OD will become the one that has Tinkerer. In the background, I'm logging in quickly into main account. And booting up there. Let's actually also see if my first and second characters are still inaccessible. I'm hoping the server reset tomorrow just fixes it. The server maintenance tomorrow. And because I'm still locked out of 2 characters for this since like Wednesday, which is super annoying. Looks like explode resistance. He's in a back to drop. I mean, yeah, that one's actually shouldn't be too hard, but it might take a while. It's still a backpack. It's like trying to get a crit chance crit damage, Cheska chest, or group a backpack, stuff like that. What do you ask? Nah, I feel your pain. Yeah, I can imagine. And sometimes it does go like that. I remember very specifically one, actually, yeah, with one of the red FIs. I think it was for main account, but I needed a glove, and it took me, yeah. I did like several evenings of like that. Well, I wasn't just doing countdowns, but I was doing. Yeah, let's actually check first if these log in. No, because it is kind of what is happening to if I'm logging into character 1 and 2. Just errors add before loading into Delta 4, and just haven't been able to get onto character 1 and 2 at all. Because normally as well, with the build collection, I prefer going the other way, going from character 1 all the way to character... actually, did they add in? No. It's also still always funny with the patch notes. Once in a while, I accidentally end up in this page, but it's still, we're on all of the, season 4. Because yeah, we're on TU 24, so we're missing literally all of those in here. But yeah, they forgot to add them. We need to be in character 3. Finger. I'm thinking future perfect and in sync. Yeah, although well, in sync will be okay for some builds, but yeah, I'm leaning more also towards like putting fast stands in and having fast stands plus killer, or having future perfect plus killer, or preservation plus killer. And also we can just swap the talent on the second one, right? Because it doesn't matter the weapon, so we can just swap it out as we kind of like, hey, here preservation might be nice, hey, here future perfect might be nice. Because I think actually damage plus utility is kind of the way I'll go with it as well. Because some of the weapon utility talents are also really powerful.
I don't have to complain about guard duty being boring. Low prices, big selection.
Yeah, let's take this.
With Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer
Don't
for us
say
if she's not
Manny.
here.
Let's hope that gets fixed with them. Even though we don't have any patch notes, it might actually just be for the server side of things. So there might not actually be a patch with it, but I hope there is. So yeah, backfire setup, the classic. Let's actually turn off the modifiers. Here we're just gonna like not include the modifiers for a second, just comparison's sake. But actually just craft a piece of Cavalier and grab a ninja bike. Yeah, So that, and let's just craft a piece of cavalier. That's ages. Stats don't matter per se. We can always make sure we count for, because especially here, if we just take a crit damage. Actually, well, we need Hasbro makes more sense. Because then we can flip the mods. We'll just make it fit, basically. So we have this build, which is already the build that we have. If we take this into here, so this is SB backfire. Actually, I'm just going to call it 3.13, which is the build picture of it. Yeah, let's input these stats. So 978. Oh, numlock. Oh, is it numlock? No. Just 978. Just take the input. Stop annoying me. Spreadsheet. 167. These SMG reloads, by the way. So, and then this becomes SB backfire ninja. So it'll be same stats for this. Let's go get a base of MPX / backfire. So this is 100 plus 30 plus whatever's in this field. And then this one locked. Now what I want to do as well is see if we just take the red and or if we give up blue and a yellow, if it's still ahead of it. Also, yeah, at full and at empty, of course. But yeah, here we'll do full. Actually, let's already set that up. Here we do empty. So this is exactly 60, right? 10 plus 36, 46. 6, 52 plus 8, 60 exactly. So this is 60. And then is 96 plus 200. And we have a 20 and we have a 90. We have 0, 0, we have 10, and the headshot is 70. But anyway, no DTH, no other things. So yeah, that's this build. Let's actually make sure that this is this build. So if I'm at full stacks, let's actually put this to invincible. So our crit hit should be 1.164. Let me catch up here for a second before I go on the this. Will be utility over net damage. Yeah, I'll keep in mind that, yeah, when you do that, you do lose a little bit of damage versus Coyote. Because effectively, it's, you know, versus Coyote, it's you can take the talent of Coyote and then versus the talent up there. Or a brand bonus versus there. So I think for a lot of people, that would be a lot to ask. But yeah, I'm already looking forward to having fast hands again. I love it. I mean, I was always a lover of fast hands. Killer and Measure definitely had so much damage that I kind of, yeah, lean towards them, but I would love to have fast hands back. I'm not gonna say no against that. Here down below, I see ahead. I see. It's like this hand. Oh yeah. You think I'm over on crit chance? You mean? I mean, we can check. Because if I grab this weapon and we remove one crit chance, I'm 55 now. I'm exactly 60. Because yeah, this weapon with one crit chance less, and the backfire is basically same. 3 mods. Oh, it's a crit damage and there's one crit chance in here, which is just the mod. Because these are crit damages, and then just one crit chance mod and the Cheska plus the SMG, and then watch. So, well, so I'd rather had double checked there than indeed having missed something. So always feel free to point those like things out. I'd rather like double check and be sure. So at full stack, striker and backfire, 1.164. Let's get there. Yeah, 1.164 and 294, 180. 179, which is close enough, and the other one 953, 951.8. So this one checks out. Now let's take it to the danger zone. No, let's take it to Ninja Bike and this, because I've been actually very curious about like actually how does this stack up. We're gonna act as if this is a red core. For the purposes of our calculation, and I'm not gonna per se like optimize it or anything. That's like but then now, so what we are is way over on the hazard protection, and here's also the thing, like all of these are kind of capped at 100s. So even though we have 110% hazard protection in total, these are capping. Right, yeah, you can't go over. But yeah, we can then also recoup one of these to crit damage. Right, this goes back to crit damage because we still have our 60 here, right? Yeah, because our crit chance didn't, like, that's on the chest, so that's still here. We don't need bleed resist mod that we have. What we don't, that was on the backpack, so that went with that. These are crit damages, well, crit chance and crit damage. So, right. And now we're 100% hazard protected. We have a blue and a yellow extra. Now let's see actually what the numbers wise this becomes. So this is 130. The same if we had the blue or if we had the red core, that would be 100 plus 30 plus grading. Let's take it back here, and then crit chance wise it's the same 60. Crit damage wise, this is, so how much are we missing? Just the 0.1 here. Yeah, because these are all other things. So this would be 108. Is 108 plus 200, and then 20, and then 90. Oh, it's actually ahead on crit chance and crit damage, of course. Oh, but also no, this wouldn't be a 90. This would be a 65, right? Yeah. So that when he stays, this goes to a 65, and yeah, that's a big drop in DPS. But I'm actually curious as well if we, what happens if we put a blue and a yellow core on the on the striker version. 7-inch screen. Any recommendations for combat medic build? Well, I actually have some combat medics in the build collection. The thing is, though, that, yeah, it kind of depends on what you mean with combat medics. I specifically mean that they are combat first and medic second kind of builds. I very much like the, where's the striker combat medic? So here, 2.09, for instance. But then this is actually like what I define as combat medics. This, for instance, striker, this does decent enough damage, and then it has healing still. But if you just mean like a healer, because of course, yeah, we have like things like refactor nowadays, because for instance, I find, as it was also a recent build showcase, where's refactor? Oh, it's of course, yeah, it's a skill though. It's going to be an early slot. But for instance, these as well, like refactor, where you're using the turret and the drone, as long as these are doing damage, it heals the whole team. These work pretty well. But you can also go things like red FI, for instance, which is less of a combat medic, more of a combat buffer and very slightly medic. So for instance, things like this. But I kind of like playing healer a lot, so I have a lot of them. But a lot of them are also in the recommended build list. I'll actually link to the recommended here, just in case. I'll do the both chats. In the recommended, there's actually, yeah, all of these are in there, and most of the headers, if it says anything about healing the team or something like that, then they have kind of utility like that. But there's a lot of ways you can go. So for instance, this as well then is more of a buffer. The healing of it is actually pretty weak, but this gives the group buff, and then it has its own damage a little bit. There's a bunch of ways you can go with it. There's a red core in my coffee. That's actually how I'm calculating it. Well, in the game, just because I just made a quick piece, I'm not going to sit there and just actually make the build, but we can. That's also why we're calculating. But I'm actually calculating it as if this is a red core, like this isn't the blue core in the calculation. That's why it has the same weapon damage as the other one. They both are at 130. So keep that in mind with that. I just have that piece just to make sure that, you know, especially the crit chance and crit damage, we're doing that part, right? But this would be the numbers for a full red version. But that's, of course, especially when we're at full stacks. Now let's take it to empty stacks. So here we're just removing that 200 from that. What we should is actually even remove these. Does that really matter for here? Actually it does. Maybe we keep 3 of them then. Yeah, let's actually do all 3. This is actually interesting that, I mean, it's actually not that interesting because, yeah, that's what we would expect. Because if we have this, so this is full stacks all. And then this is no BF stacks, full Upply and SP. And this is no stacks at all. So actually, before we start stacking, that backfire one is actually ahead. Let's put this here as well, because of course it's going to be. But then depends on if we want to like, because now I actually want to know what the half stack way here is. That makes actually more sense. Let's change this into half stack SB and BF. Full obli. So kind of as if we're expended 50 rounds. Striker would decay. But let's call it like as the halfway point. So we're dividing those 2 by 2, and this is plus 100. And this is plus 100, kind of as a halfway point kind of thing. Because your obli is then stacked, striker is at half stacks, at 50 stacks, and so is backfire at 50 stacks. Actually, let's not call it half stacks, let's call it 50 stacks. So I should put that for both of them. Okay. And yeah, let me catch up here. Does invisible hand increase the fire rate of Oxy like chatter? Yes. Anything that comes from talents will. But yeah, it's not. Even one stack of chatterbox is like 25% versus the 15 from invisible hand. Thing is, 15 is just not worth it. It's really only chatterbox like where you get at least like 3 or 4 stacks and you're doubling the speed. Otherwise, it's yeah. Also, even at like that small of an addition, you would go the what's it called? The P416 Glory Days, but I'm trying to remember the talent of it. Because yeah, it's not stabilized. Somebody will remind me in a second lately. I mean, I could just do this. Library, ERs, talents. What's it called again? Nearsighted. Oh, no, perfect nearsighted on the glory days. Because it would just use that for the sway, reducing the sway. Because that's another option that is really good, of course, making it land a lot more clearly. But yes, chatterbox with like just 1 or 2 stacks is like with 1 stack is already like almost double, right? So, and yeah, let me catch up here. You can get much higher modifiers, I think, as per this journey. Yeah, that's also the thing with why I'm kind of looking at this backfire one. But I'm gonna look at the journey version when we're kind of. I'm gonna look at the like we're gonna do an in-depth look on the hardcore global modifier here, just without, just as the general one. Because yeah, this season we can get some hazard protection from the modifier and also the extra crit chance. Like there's a reason the backfire is kind of having a moment. The backfire is really good for this season. Anything that, you know, really relies on crit chance and such really is getting a big buff, even with just a 70. And then of course, especially when we activate the active and take it to 100. So likely with that, I will actually include a calculation of these kind of with the modifier, but for now without, just to keep it, because also that would affect kind of both in the same way. Both can kind of drop a few hazard protections for more crit damage and then kind of still be ahead, and then both kind of get affected by the thing, by the 70% and the 100%. No, with more than 3 Raspberry rolls on gear and dash into the 2 Cheska. Yes, this is just kind of the standard versions. The 2 on heroic mission are nice. Wait, to what was that? I was saying now. Oh, okay, it's slightly than this. Mission with Memento, tier 6 strike shield. This is massive. Will have the highest damage during 4 mana. That's good. Yeah, although keep in mind that if that was because you didn't, no heroic mission has that much damage in there. It was likely an Outcast or a True Sons mission, right? Am I guessing correctly? Thing is, a lot of those damage numbers, especially weak points hitting weak points, especially from like the rushers in the Outcast and the backpacks on the LMG guys, when you blow those up and it hits other enemies and especially their weak points, it like over calculates by a lot. Because you got to remember that most, even 4-man, most heroic missions, like even title, is around like 3 billion total, and that's of course spread over everybody. 49 kills. Okay, that's way more. I mean, well, if the rest of the team likely did nothing, maybe then indeed. That mission would at least have that, but yeah, the rest of the team would have been really low, I'm guessing then. Because I don't think that mission would have more than 4 billion combined, likely. On heroic 4-man. Unless you also maybe like wiped a few times. But yeah, the backfire is definitely doing pretty good, for especially this season. Yeah, we can get some hazard protection from the modifier, and we can get crit chance. So, but yeah, here we're kind of keeping it without modifier. This is more the core things of it. And yeah, now let's actually. Although yeah, that wouldn't even, because that would be just this minus 30. And yeah, that wouldn't keep up. So actually, if you're not running the full red version, the Ninja Bike version actually makes sense, because the second you want to have a blue core, or for instance, yeah, here, a blue and a yellow. There's even one blue core. Pulls, well. Actually, I could have, actually, can it have both? Yeah, so it can have the blue and the yellow, or 2 blues. And then the backfire, the other one is kind of ahead. Even at full stacks, so. Because basically, yeah, if we take off 2 cores off of the other one and turn them into blue and yellow to kind of match, then the backfire one, the Ninja Bike one, is actually ahead. So actually, yeah, this is not the worst choice. Kind of depends how blue or yellow you want to go. If you're going any blue cores, honestly, I would just take the backfire with the Ninja Bike version. If you're keeping it full red, which is kind of the way I'm keeping it, I'm gonna stick to the version that we have already. Because what this Ninja Bike version then has with 88% versus it is a blue and a yellow core for 2-tier shield, and then also an 100% hazard against everything instead of 90 plus 1 bleed mod. So there's definitely a case to be made for this thing. But I'm going to keep mine as is. We might add it as an option when we pass through here. Actually, I already have that. Oh, actually, yeah, so yeah, you know what? Let's, although yeah, we'll do that when we get here. When we get here, we'll add the, I'll try to keep I might try to farm a Cavalier piece with full blue, and then we can put a red core on it, and then just, it doesn't matter what stat it is, because here you can't see it. But we'll fix that up. But yeah, especially that going Sokolov with it. Although actually, how much does that Sokolov one? Let me actually, I'm curious here. So, because that Sokolov one definitely, it doesn't make sense anymore versus this one, because you wouldn't gain enough from it, because it would be 10 weapon damage. Because versus this one, So good at full. That will be this one. So versus this one, we're gaining 10 weapon damage. Right. If we have this as our base amount, because we're keeping that crit chance, so we need 1 hazard there. So the crit damage on there stays the same, but we gain a 13, right? From the second piece, Soko. I actually have a Soko piece. I do. Although, yeah, we need to remove... Although we're wasting the crit chance. That crit chance would then be... right. Because how would this land? This weapon has 10. Wait. Let me try for a second here. Do I have the modifier back on? No. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that crit chance there. For a second. Yeah, now that's 55. That's a 60. So yeah, let's just put that crit chance mod back. I'm basically wasting that crit chance on the holster. That would need to be hazard protection. Because we are at how much here? 60. So that would need to be hazard protection, and hazard protection for 90. And then this. Put this back to hazard protection. So 1, 2, and then 2 bleed mods. Yeah, 2 bleed mods. Oh yeah, we can't have hazard protection in the back. So that's why 2 bleed mods. So we are losing 2 crit mods here. How does this land up? 121. So this is 99. No. Yes. Oh, minus 24, actually. Minus 24. Right. Yeah, so just these 2 modes. Okay. Alright, so that actually still would be ahead of this at full stacks, which makes sense. Because all it is more weapon damage and less crit with the same issue. But now you would be 80% general hazard protected and grading would eat into it as well. Although not by that much. It's 0.5% difference. because of the crits being so high. Let's actually drop this to, because as well, if we are at 100% or at 20%, does gain a little bit on the backfire ninja. But yeah, not by significant amount, because both of them are kind of pretty close on their crits. They're within a little bit. Let me catch up here as I kind of... okay. I wonder if in there as well something like double counts or something. I haven't paid attention to that one. Usually Black Tusk missions are pretty consistent with the damage numbers that they show. But I don't feel that mission has, like, because that would be a combined, let's call it 4, 5, 6 billion damage. That's like 2 legendaries. Or like 2 DUAs. I don't think there's that much in there. Doing something with HP of mobs or something. I did one shot. And after 3 hours, I stopped it to one shot red mobs on heroic, and it didn't change. Anything. We can definitely say that they didn't change anything about the mobs side of things, because it hasn't changed since 8.4. TU 8.4. We're on TU 24 now, so it's been a while since they've changed anything about mob health. But more likely something changed on your loadout or something. Or you might have modifiers on, and if you're shooting somebody with the blue, they have a little bit more protection. So I would say the Cavalier version of this is kind of okay, but honestly as well, not spectacularly so, because as well, actually, yeah, we have Sokolov that we could put in, and kind of reached it a little bit more damage. So that's actually an option too. And then we just take the mods on the gear. Let's reload this build so everything kind of falls into place again. All the mods go into the places again. But yeah, this I think I'm just still gonna stick with this, especially if we're going red. But also, yeah, you kind of don't need to with the modifier and stuff, because the second you have this on, and you just take the hazard protection one. And then you would bond a few blue cores, so that Ninja Bike doesn't make, like, it makes a little bit more sense. The second you're taking a few blue cores, that Ninja Bike actually makes a little bit more sense, because if you're gonna take blue cores on the on that version, you kind of land up on the same numbers anyway, and then the Ninja Bike version is actually easier. Yeah, let's put that back. And yeah, enough fiddling with numbers. Let's take it to Division 1 and actually fiddle with some global events instead, because I actually haven't played that one yet. Let's quit out here. Let's load up Division 1. In the background as well, I'm going to quickly change my categories. As I said, there's a global event going on in Div 1. And with that, you know, we can spend some time there doing other things. I can actually remove the no drops thing. I'll be happy as well tomorrow the drops will be done. And things will go back to normal. Yeah, let's change category there. Let's change category here. Get there. 8 my mouse. There we go. Did that change? Needed a refresh. Yeah, let's load up in here. I haven't actually looked at what this, or did we? I think we looked at what this global event was exactly at the end of the last one, like mechanically and stuff, but I don't remember anything. I'll say I haven't loaded in for quite a bit. Let's load in actually, yeah, on character 1. Kind of actually even been forgetting to load in and buy the blueprints, which is a thing I've been meaning to do, just get all the blueprints. There isn't really no reason in Division 1 to do that, but I want to, so I will. What gear do they have in this global event? Well, we'll have a look right here.
Hey,
So I'm likely to load up in the terminal. And we can... outbreak!
Incoming supply drops. Calibrating landing zone coordinates.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and I also have my supply drops incoming. I haven't even gone and grabbed those yet.
Safe.
So we have Deadeye, Final Measure, and Lone Star. Yeah, so out of these 3, none of these are per se like... Lone Star can make for a general PvE build. Deadeye is okay. Final Measure is okay. But yeah, this one definitely is likely to see the least traffic. Also because Lone Star was in the last thingy. I haven't done anything yet. And yeah, one of my goals will become, especially as well, of course, to get all of the commendations for this. But we'll start looking at that tomorrow. So yeah, Outbreak, always active. Headshot kills increase headshot damage for duration and hurt nearby targets. So, reanimated. Outbreak behavior, if we take severe outbreak, we get plus enemies are contagious and will drain agents' health when close. So, proximity damage. Critical outbreak, severe outbreak behavior plus headshot mark. Enemies are killed instantly by a headshot from another agent. Okay, so if 2 people hit, wait. Even incursion names and stuff? We'll find out the limits of that likely pretty soon. But yeah, let's actually first, I haven't loaded up in Indeed for a while. I should have some saved up here, because I've been just buying all of the blueprints. I haven't looked at, oh no, actually I did look at the vendor. There is, I just don't know where anymore. There is an electronics piece, or electronics mod with the 4% DTE, which I definitely want to get. It's also one of the higher ones. First, let's go get the blueprints here real quick, and then have a look at everything in here. With a boss round. Well, likely we'll actually all go to a boss round here. Nether 6. And yeah, that's actually likely the... let's actually indeed likely get that. God. But I have all week. That won't reset till Friday. Is it on a DZ vendor or is it on a normal vendor? Come on. Let's actually go have a look. Because they have the spreadsheet thing at the ready. Because yeah, for those unfamiliar with it, I'll actually put it in the chat here. The word normal. Nice. They are still updating this consistently, which is the vendors for... Lady, stop yelling at me. And yeah, they still update this consistently, which is kind of nice. And yeah, in here you can find everything on sale. Because actually in Division 1, the vendors are much more important. Yeah, this 211 with a 4% DTE. We're gonna buy a bunch of those. But yeah, that link is well worth having if you mess around with Div 1. Yeah, vendor of blueprints.
You're gonna like what you see.
Yeah, I'll just buy everything. Just making sure I have enough currency, but we have a lot of GE. Let's actually do the thing. Oh, I've gone to the wrong place. As a different thingy for each of those. Let's actually go do the combat and the crafting and the Dark Zone assignment on these characters, because we just need 10 Riker kills. What am I getting? The dailies real quick, and then also actually on each of these characters, because I have the supply drop. Yeah, that supply drop. I'll go get that real quick and grab the daily. Riders eliminated. Well, these might be actually riders. So let's go see. I'm gonna grab that first, and then yeah, grab some of the dailies, because we can always use more division tech. That's the optimization resource in Div 1. And with that, it is kind of important.
Now leaving the safe area.
I was actually doing the dailies a lot. Until I kind of got into Warframe a little bit, and then my off-stream time kind of has been going a little bit towards Warframe. But also because I was kind of knowing that we were going to jump into Division 1 this whole week. So this whole week I'll likely mostly play Division 1. Although tomorrow I will spend a little bit of time in Division 2 with SHD Exposed. Mostly because Wednesday I want to make a short for it, for SHD Exposed. As each of the global events is coming through, I've already made, you know, the only tips for each of them. And then what now remains is I want to make shorts for each one as well as they come to pass. Kill streak. Which one is that actually? Is that from the thing? Okay, so that was likely from this, yeah. What do we have to do? Kill 8 cleaners with enough 15 seconds window during outbreak. Okay. Oh, that actually wouldn't be too hard. Here as well, kind of running an tactician build. This has been my go-to actually for just open world stuff. Because the enemies are so weak.
Supply drop secured.
Also, I still need to...
Update. Drop sites have been cleared.
One of the commendations I still need to get is... Actually, no, it's not in here. It's in combat, of course. Is... Yeah. So yeah, we still need 354 skill kills. And then I have all the skill kills. That's also why you'll see me use a lot of skill builds. Yeah, let's go get... so we need riders out in the open world, and we need in the Dark Zone Rikers. Let's go get some Rikers. Oh, I'm in combat. God damn it. Although actually it's just those guys, right? So these guys sound as riders, yeah. Go flying, buddy. Yeah. It's about to have a bad day.
Oh my god.
Okay, so those marks don't happen without the extended thing. That's fine. Yeah, now let's go get some Rikers. See if that landmark is there. Are they still sell max mod in Division 1? Here and there, yeah. There's actually a bunch of pretty good looking mods this week on the vendors I see there. Just have that list up. Because actually in Div 1 there's a lot of vendors, and then also because of how the mod system works, especially for the weapons and stuff, it ends up quite often that you just buy them.
Warning,
from
now
there.
entering dark zone.
Which actually I'm not per se. I think it's a better change to the vendors not being as important, and then in Division 2 they're basically, you know, a lot less important. Because if an item drops for you, it kind of feels good that you got the item. You know, that's kind of the looter shooter thing, right? But if you're just buying it off of a vendor, it doesn't feel good. At least I don't feel it feels good. And we come here where there's a bunch of Rikers. At least if they're not all murdered, which they all seem a little murdered. Just a little bit murdered. Is this landmark here? Yeah, let's go for the landmark then. Oh no, no. Well, not all of them. I think a few of them, somebody likely cleaned them out a little bit and left a few.
I kill fools like you in my sleep.
About that. So we're 5 out of 10. It's also the thing with the Division 1 DZ kind of challenges and stuff, or dailies. They were very simple, and because of that as well, or most of the time. So sometimes there's also extraction and stuff. That's a little bit more time consuming, but just go in here and get 10 Riker kills, even if somebody comes in here and murders me. Because actually, if somebody were to come in here and kind of try to murder me, they wouldn't have a hard time. But I'll just go somewhere else, and I just need 10 Riker kills. And I can get that. I can make that happen. Without too many issues. There's a heavy here somewhere. I'm gonna guess the name maybe as one murder. Oh, actually, how much do I have saved up in my pouch? Oh, I have a lot saved up in my pouch. I need to spend that. We'll do trial by fire. I think somebody killed the name already here.
Don't think so.
Yeah. I know, we got our Dark Zone assignment cache.
Confirmed. Area
Let's
has
just
been
go get
secured.
some riders. And also, actually, commendation-wise, I need to check if I need to buy a bunch of those
Attention. Supply drops detected. Coordinates
normal
uploaded.
caches. Let's target loot, which is like in the middle of buying. It's from a vendor and a random. You know, say to my duty. I know, and yeah, I find it funny that you keep wanting to persuade me about things like that. Because in targeted loot, it still drops. So it's still from a drop.
Attention.
That's the big
Exiting
difference.
dark zone.
You don't buy it from a vendor, and you don't get to buy
Now
infinite
entering a
amounts of
safe
it.
area.
If you get one, you just get one. So yeah, I don't see that argument that way at all. And Division 1 could really stand to use like a system like Target Loot. I mean, that's basically what the global events are, right? Like, but then you're still not buying, you know, here, once it's on a mod is for sale, you're just going to buy it for all of the weapons that you're kind of going to use, right? That to me is kind of the annoying part of it. It's just, because that would be fine if you just could buy one or two or something and you have to farm the rest. What's actually part of this rotation? Okay, so Dragon's Nest, Hudson, Amherst. Oh, Amherst is part of the set. That'll make farming interesting there. Napalm and Subway. Yeah, that argument doesn't hold much water. It's so weird to see this. It looks much slower. The thing especially is the FOV. The FOV is there's no FOV setting in Div 1. So yeah, let's actually okay, let's go there. There's no FOV setting, so you can't actually make it wider, which is actually one of the things that I would love for them, or in some way, like if you could edit a file or something even. But yeah, that function just didn't exist here.
You are now leaving the safe
Because I
area.
do find it that I do find myself, especially so in the past, I used to play it on 24-inch screen, and then kind of like the normal distance that I have here. I find it actually a little like eye strainy on the 27s that I have nowadays. There's just that little bit of extra FOV that we can set in Div 2 does help a lot there. That's especially the FOV that makes it feel a lot slower. I think actually the running speed is about the same. But a wider FOV makes things look faster. More realistic. How are either like comparable to realistic? Right? Like that doesn't...
Do something, anything.
Because we don't know either, but like which one is more realistic? Do we have any like numbers to to compare it to a jogging speed of a laden African swallow? Right? Like that's a nonsensical statement. Because what if the Division 2 running speed, if there is a difference between them, is actually closer to realism? As you gotta keep in mind as well, with third-person shooters and stuff, all of these metrics, they kind of just play around with. They don't go like, oh, a normal person runs this speed, so let's match a speed or something. They try out 1,000 things and then go like, okay, this one playtested the best, or the devs like it the most, or stuff like that.
Like a lamb. Oh shit.
And they just pick a speed. There's a lot of things in third-person stuff, like movement speed and stuff. They don't have to line up. They have to... It is better for them to kind of feel correct than actually be correct. Kind of like these doors. Like these doors, if you compare them to just a door in a house, all the doors in you know, all third-person shooters, when you go through them, like for instance this door, just imagine this agent being a normal length. What door would be this tall? And the reason it's that tall is that the camera goes through it, right? Like third-person shooters do stuff like that. Did we get... Yeah, so we just need some fabrics. I don't remember actually where I go for fabrics. Oh yeah, actually, no, I do. I'm in combat. I'm no longer... gotta have recovered. Can you kill me?
You're fucked.
Because also I appear to be in combat with the other side. Can you actually kill me?
Let's get this over with.
Let's die together. That'll be faster than getting to everyone. Because I think I'm in combat with the other guys on the other side of the street as well. So that's one way to get out of combat. Yeah, let's take it to empty here. From the one compared to DF2, does it feel more responsive or anything? No, I would say actually it feels a little more sluggish in here. Mostly, and it isn't that it is more sluggish, it's that they added a lot more animation frames in between and such to make it feel a little bit more consistent. But in a lot of ways, the movement sometimes in Div 1 kind of does feel a little clunky. Yeah. You know what? In Div 3, we won't actually be running. We're all on segways. We're all on skateboards. No running at all. Oh, god damn it. Uh, I can't pick up fabric because I'm full up on fabric. So let's go craft some fabric down. So I can go back and pick up some fabric. I wish I could just burn it. Just grab a lighter and just burn a
You're
lot
now
of
entering a safe area.
a lot of it. Yeah, let's just whatever's. Maybe I can use it. Yeah, maybe I can craft something where we can. Although these also go one by one, right? Yeah, no. Is there anything in here? I mean, yeah, but yeah, no. Oh, maybe. Although I think I'm full up on weapon kits. Can I turn fabric into weapon kits? Weapon kits, fabric. Yeah, so. Okay, I can make 11. That at least eats up enough that I can. Wonder actually, will those stay on the ground? Let's actually go find out. Describe it. If you're used to Division 1, it will feel faster. But as with most games, like
Warning. You're exiting
the
safe
movement speed
area.
is what it is. Like it's not as if when playing Warframe, for instance, which has a super more higher movement speed, that I'm like, this is bad because it is faster or something. The game that you're used to is always going to be the thing. If you're used to, you know, Dark Souls or something, yeah, all of these movement speed will feel a lot less precise, and then also a lot faster still than most movement there.
Nice work.
Holy shit!
But that's more just because you're used to Division 1. And either Floppa. Go to Dark Zone. No. Is no an acceptable answer? Actually, I'll go into the Dark Zone in a second again, but just to do PvE things.
Hey, anything you're looking for?
But yeah, I'm not a DZ denizen here in Division 1, nor in Division 2. It's not my thing. I did used to play a lot of Division 2 DZ actually, man. Let's actually check. Once we have this character cleaned up.
That's what I like to see.
So I'll open up these caches as well. Because let's get all 3 dailies done real quick. Or all 4 actually. That's the nice thing about having 4 characters. We can use up their, you know, their dailies get 300 diff deck a day, which is pretty nice. And lets me optimize up builds quite a lot. Let me also see. So, do we have an? Do we have? Yeah. So an outbreak. Do we have actually buy 50 or 30 caches thing again? And do we have buy 1 of each specific cache as a commendation?
Can you comment on that? I'm no expert on viral effects of decomposition, so I'd have to speak with Dr. Campbell for more information. However,
Doesn't look like it actually. So wait. Okay, so this is the superior caches, but there wasn't one for buy 1 of each cache by the look of things. Because that would just be... Yeah. So I just need to buy 30 superior caches. So let's start buying some of those because I'm also kind of full from the last time around. I left some resources in here. I like omnidirectional movement. What do you mean with omnidirectional?
Well, New York, you heard it here first. There's nothing to worry about. Just normal body
Yeah, let's open up these caches.
Until next time.
See what we get out of them. I might actually dump some of these in the stash and figure out later if there's any use to them. But these do give exotics and also, yeah, classified pieces here and there. And these give basically from the spear caches from this one, we'll give from the 3 gear sets that are here. So
Don't be shy.
they're actually not too bad when you're sorting out because they're also half the price of some of the other ones. Not gonna keep that. Not actually too sure how well my final measure setup is kind of set up, so I'm gonna hang on to some of these pieces and just put them in the stash and see how that character, because they're on a different character, how these kind of look. I was kind of considering as well making a second Lone Star. Don't really have a slot for it. It's kind of the thing. Thing is also, I kind of, yeah, I feel with Lone Star we're kind of going in one direction, which is just having a lot of damage. What is a full one? I know it. We'll start hanging on to some Lone Star and I'll decide later. I'll sell the rest.
Hey, come on back sometime.
Let's dump these and then, yeah, swap characters and go again for a daily. I need to check how full my stash is. At some point I need to kind of... Although my stash gear-wise is kind of cleaned up, but I think I dumped a ton of mods and stuff in there last time about. I know there's way too many weapons here that I need to kind of clean out and kind of decide what I want to what I want to have. Yeah, let's swap character. Let's also catch it here for a second. Accuracy of character will face you like 360 movement. I mean, it already does that outside of combat. The thing is though that, yeah, facing is just kept when your gun is out. Get that? Yeah, it's a different button here. Yeah, let's go down the list. Actually, when is the daily reset? At 2. Still, right? Yeah, it's still summertime. Even though you wouldn't say it from the weather, at least where I am.
Best gear in the city.
You can actually see it from here. No, from here. Okay, so 1 hour 41 minutes. So yeah, it's still at 2. Yeah, let's go get this character.
Readings indicate this area.
Well, actually, yeah, no, you're right. Right, it actually always faces away from.
With JTF liaison, Lauren O'Malley.
Thanks for having me, Rick.
Lauren, I've heard reports.
Wait, can we? Yeah, actually, yeah, we did this right.
One of the more
Let me go
crazy
backwards.
rumors I've heard: bodies are bloating with gas and exploding. Can you comment on that?
I'm no expert on viral effects of decomposition, so I'd have to speak with Dr. Campbell for more
Interesting.
information.
Invite, but
However, I can tell you
no, thank you.
is a natural
Guess they're just going around inviting everybody. Okay, so I do have enough space for some fabric. Yeah, let's go get this first again, because this might just be it's random faction anyway, so it could be raiders.
Warning. You are
Yeah,
now
actually, yeah.
leaving the safe area.
I'm wrong on that one. Wait, wait, how do you... I've used that, like walking towards the camera.
Please, don't hurt me.
Right?
I'll give you anything you want. Anything. Too late for that. I hope we don't have a problem.
He runs away. Get too close. So, done your HVTs yet? The HVT reset is Thursday, isn't it? Also, like weekly reset is also not this tomorrow, right?
Hail Mary.
Or well, it's at the end of today, right?
Lord is with
But
thee.
that's not the HVT one, right? HVT is on Thursday. Or like at the end of Thursday. And then, yeah, at the end of today is the weekly reset for the weekly. But yeah, I'm not going to get a weekly in. 10 missions is a little more than I can muster in this time.
Got some, maybe I don't.
Don't be an idiot. Please. Saw them.
Alright, yeah. We have some... What am I even running? Predator's Mark. Oh yeah, this is the SMG Predator's Mark we made last time around.
Why is this taking so long?
And this one was just... I already had an AR one. And just to not break my own rules of having duplicate builds, I made an SMG one, which of course is completely different. I kind of like Predator's Mark, so I don't mind having two.
Supply drop collected.
And this one is then the
All
SMG.
supply drop sites cleared.
It's the exact same as the AR one, just with a little bit more there. Yeah, so let's go get first our rest of our riders, and then yeah, we'll go get some fabrics and some Rikers in DZ. Good man's in tree. I don't think they'll do that. The worlds actually that they have are pretty small. The thing is, the second you add vehicles to any like open world game, you kind of need enough space for them to make sense, and that means that the world needs to be kind of a lot bigger. We have fast travel. Fast travel is our vehicle.
Hey, you got any money?
Oh man.
While we're here, we might as well murder these
Nothing but useless crap.
guys.
Take second.
Not per se in SMG range there. Alright. I was trying to loot as junk, which is a function that they didn't add until Div 2.
Got Alex.
But also a different function of getting Alex. Because we got Alex. Finally, after all this time, we got an Alex. They're flirting with me indeed. Yeah, the world of Division is kind of set up as like, for instance, here as well, like because of the cover system and stuff, like there is no just straight driving through all this. There's games, for instance, that do have that. What's that zombie game? I always forget the name of it. The third-person one. There's a 1 and a 2. Third person, kind of rogue-like-ish, kind of. Exotic Colonel Bliss holster. For instance, that adds that, and for that they need to kind of make a different kind of world where it's kind of open world, but there's also a lot of just empty space. One of the things I like actually about Division is more about the city, and then it's kind of, yeah, much more about walking around it and stuff, not so much about State of Decay, yes. As I played a bunch of State of Decay 2, actually. did enjoy that game quite a bit. But because of having vehicles and stuff, and also, you know, it's a zombie game, so... But then you need to kind of have expanses, and honestly, I don't think that's a better solution than just making a cityscape like this, and then, yeah. You kind of have to not have... You just give up on... you kind of just give up on having vehicles. Yeah, actually we're supposed to go get some fabrics here, which is the other way, but I just automatically went for Bullet King there. I murdered his face off. We'll take away from experience again. Yeah. Let's go. Sorry. It fell every 3 feet. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can just work around that and just, you know, have a motorbike or something like that. But those that kind of stuff, yeah, just leans way more towards a different kind of open world. Much more kind of a rural thing where you have, you know, going between buildings to buildings and stuff.
Is this what I think it is?
And kind of eats away at, yeah, having a compact city that you just want to explore. Because if you're on foot as well, you just, you know, if there is something to the side with a car or something, you have to get off and then go explore and stuff. Without a car, you're already on foot, might as well go explore. Yeah, let's go murder some Rickers in the DZ. We'll go for here again. This area, either the extraction.
You are now entering a safe. Transmissions jammed.
Because I always go here for Rikers. Because either you get the Rikers from the extraction, or you can get the ones from the landmark. And then also, even if you,
Warning.
if like the land,
safe
if this
area.
is kind of cleared and this is cleared, you can still call
Caution.
for
Entering dark
extraction and then get a few Rikers that way. I always like this spot. Well, actually, yeah, Dead Rising would fit with the description I was giving as well. But yeah, no, the State of Decay indeed. Never heard of that game, actually. That's actually a pretty good game. The first one really got my attention. I'm not too much into zombie games, and I'm not too much into survival games. So actually a game in both of those kind of things that did actually grab me, that's very impressive. To a degree that I went out of my way and even like got the completion on the all 3 different kind of endings that you can go for, and then on the hardest difficulty, which each of those unlocks a thing in that game. I remember like really playing it a lot to get that in. And that would, like, on each one of them would unlock a better starting bonus that you could grab. Let's go over these guys up here.
Ain't much of a challenge.
And then head back in.
Area secure.
Oh, the bleed spread to the heavy and killed him. That's a strong bleed. Because I didn't shoot the heavy at once, but it must have been bleeds that spread to him that killed him. Yeah, we're 9 out of 10 Rikers. Let's go get one more Riker from the extraction area there. And then back out, and then do the same again on character 3. Scarier in the one, yeah. This area, but yeah. Although nowadays they seem to be hanging out mostly in DZ1. They kind of congregate there. And I've gotten what I needed. I'm just gonna leave the rest of these guys and just.
Get off our turf. You want it quick or slow? Away.
And just get out of here. And my go-to skills always for just any like damage build is always having the sticky and the pulse. The thing is, in Division 1, the revive have, especially when you're solo, is kind of the link that I'm running there, which is the wait, what is it called again? Survival link? Or am I thinking of the wrong thing here? Recovery Link. Yeah, Recovery Link Tactical Survivor Link is the other one, the blue one. But yeah, Recovery Link, that will kind of be an unbreakable if I reach the end of my health. And because of that, you can actually pick 2 different skills and actually use
Attention.
it.
Leaving dark zone.
There is no like
This is
revive
the
hive
shit you need.
specifically. Yeah, let's take it back to base. Empty this one up and then go back in. Are there FOV settings in Div 1 on PC? No. Which is actually one of the the things I would love to have as well. That's why it's one of the things that actually gives me a little bit of eye strain until I'm a little bit used to it with Div 1. But yeah, there's no FOV setting. And also, annoyingly, there is no real way to kind of alter that.
Best deals in the city.
Because I even tried looking into, for instance, you can do some shenanigans sometimes with. Although actually, I think you could with here, but there was something weird with it. I don't remember what exactly. Might actually not have those resolutions actually for ultra wide and stuff. Because in some other games, what you can do is actually, fake your resolution and have a higher resolution sideways, and then just, render it or just have that in a 1080. But I think you couldn't do that. I don't remember exactly why though. Maybe it's just because it doesn't have ultra wide support, but
Nice
I'm
doing
not
business
sure
with
of
you.
that. Indeed. We did get Alex. Yeah, let's so yeah, we open up those. Let's take it to character tree and kind of do the same.
See you soon.
So based on doesn't cancel playing tunnel vision, yeah. It does. You do get used to it after a little bit, but I definitely, for instance, now I haven't played Division 1 in a bit, quite a bit. I definitely feel a little that, yeah, it's just, I do feel eye strain, especially. It's not even just actually like an active thing. It's kind of like frame rate. It just feels off. Yeah, well, this character is loading, although actually they're loading pretty fast. I'm gonna take one quick bio break and I'll be right back. That load was long enough. Hello? Game? We loading?
Best gear for the streets, right here.
Yeah, let's get back to here, of
Incoming
course.
supply drops. Calibrating landing zone coordinates.
And you
Readings
calibrate
indicate this
those.
area is safe.
What's on this gal? Also take Predator. Kind of like that as a setup. Yeah, let's already... actually, no, let's go get our fabrics first. While it's coming down... Some century. Let's raise global and this one.
Warning.
That's actually-
You are now leaving the safe area.
Yeah, actually the sounds are very iconic, one could say. That's actually the best part about Division 1, right? There ain't no Kelso here. So Kelso isn't gone. And there is no Schaefer, so he's not being debriefed. So Division 1 better than Division 2 confirmed. Because every time we log in, we don't get Agent. I'm debriefing Schaefer. Kelso had to go. She said she'll be getting some milk. She'll be back. Mommy will be back later. I feel that that should definitely become the meme of... We should totally do that, actually. Somebody should make that. Just some... I mean, nowadays you could even do it with like AI stuff or something. Just milk carton with Kelso on it. And then just underneath it of just like missing Kelso. Agent Kelso said she went out to get some milk. Had to go because she said it wouldn't be safe here. Call this number if you see her. I'm in combat with a bunch of stuff. Let's just outdistance them. And then let's go back and get our supply drop here. Which is also 100 diff tech. So yeah, we're getting a lot of diff tech. Diff tech? How can I pee so fast? I have a mechanical pump installed. You know, it just goes 10 times the speed. The only augment that I got. Could have picked like laser eyes or that. I picked that.
I'll give you
I just hate peeing slowly. Indeed, it's overclocked. It's overcocked. No. Yeah, that's that might be a bit much. For my bathroom, never been. Oh, I mean, I'm when I get up, I take a jug, and I just get her done and wash hands and come back.
You're doing great work out there.
Already a different genre too. Yeah, I saw that one. It's kind of funny. I mean, yeah, the AI, it will make you any song that you kind of ask it for. So, although I still feel we should just totally make a, just, you know, a cover with like Manny's synthesized voice, and then just of like, ain't no sunshine when she gone, and she always gone too long. By the way, I'm debriefing Schaefer, or something. I feel that will work too.
Supply drop claimed. Attention, all drop sites have been cleared.
So that was these guys. Let's go get some rioters. Also, my voice really didn't want to go for that note, but we didn't really hit it. But also, it's fine. It's not like anybody saw it then. It's just me in my room singing in the bathroom, right? Yeah. Let's go get these raiders for the other cache, and then... actually, yeah, we did go and get our... Yeah, got our crafting one already, so yeah, we just then need some DZ ones. And actually, with the last character, we'll go around and grab a named run. It's been a while since I've done one. Basically, since the last global event. Actually, yeah, last time around, between the global events and stuff, I was actually playing a lot of Division in between. Division 1 as well in between. This time around, yeah, a lot of my time kind of went towards
Just gotta wait it out.
Warframe, actually. And playing that match. Those sounds are special. Oh yeah, the global event is basically reanimated somewhat, but not as much.
Man,
nothing but useless.
But also, yeah, it's not the reanimation part of it, so... Because the enemies don't get back up, but increased headshot damage.
JTF can't do anything right.
I wonder actually how much the headshot is increased. Well, likely that answer is out there. Somewhere over the rainbow. Let's just go murder these. That'll likely be faster. Because depending on where these guys are, sometimes stay in combat even if you go into that building.
You deserve it.
Well, this will be good for legendaries and stuff as well. If we have increased headshot damage. There is the Manny thing. I hope they do. Also, I hope just the server reset, or the thing is though they didn't put out patch notes with this, so it might not be actually any fixes for the game. It might just actually just be
Proximity coverage only.
server maintenance.
Backup activated. System rebooted.
Because yeah, the server maintenances
Warning, now
are
entering dark zone.
when they do deploy patches, but not always. Sometimes the server maintenance is just for the servers. Because the servers are definitely struggling. But I'm hoping in either case that it'll fix my issue with two of my characters. I just can't log into them. Like character 1 and 2 on main account. If I try to log into them, I just always get a Delta 04 error. That started kind of Wednesday. It's still not fixed. I made the tickets, but I'm hoping just the server reset might just fix that. Because I think either their saves like just are kind of issue with it. But generally if it is also the save, that's a different error code. Like when you get logged out with a server or something, when you have that like server thing happening. Server reset and it actually happens. Usually get Foxtrot, I think it is. If the save is unavailable. So what I'm guessing is maybe the character is logged in and the server just thinks that they're still logged in. So maybe if they reset, that they release them. But there's also other people with that same issue. Server matchmaking. And what way is the Australian server matchmaking broken? Because I haven't really kept up with if there's a weirdness happening. Ah, did these guys just spawn? No. Could actually, yeah, call for extraction. Oh, that's easy. A good call for extraction for a few, but yeah, we got a few records there already, I think. So with these, it should be enough.
Don't think we're alone anymore.
Oh, actually with the extra bleed damage, or with the extra damage from the bleed, I'm gonna guess that does include, yep, that was a 400k crit. Off of the bleed, yeah, I get the feeling the bleed does include all of my increased damage from headshots that we get here. So.
Confirmed. Area has been secured.
We have 9 out of 10. Let's go this. Let's go here. Where there's another landmark. Although, yeah, I could call an extraction and get a Riker that way. What's that luggage in here? Can match me for anything or invite anyone that isn't on my friends list. Interesting. We'll join the US server in the lobby in seconds. I could also just be, you know, player numbers, although there's a lot of Australian players, so. Yeah, maybe something weird is happening here. I haven't been matchmaking much, but yeah, I was more curious if that was maybe about the call for backup thing. Because a lot of people think the call for backup thing, especially last week, was kind of like, they thought it was broken, but yeah, it was much more that just a lot of people were trying to answer the call for backup instead of, you know, the amount of, versus the amount of people that were calling for backup. So. But yeah, maybe a server reset will kind of help with that kind of stuff as well. Would DB Jessica and 4B Striker with back roll to Aspro be good for with backfire? That's the route I go with it, yeah. The exotic one glitch will be fixed tomorrow too. Depends on which one you mean. They haven't put out patch notes with this, so if you mean the one from the caches, I don't think they're gonna touch that till they kind of have the stretch goals again. Because those caches are just unavailable to be gotten right now, right? So you can't get them unless you had them, so it's kind of a moot point. Single modifiers, yeah. Yeah, so like my backfire setup is, yeah, exactly that. And then actually now, yeah, you can kind of set it up that you
Exiting dark zone.
because you can get very easily,
You are now entering a
but you would need
safe
6
area.
blue, but to start with that. But you could just take a few bleeds to start off with, or even just run a different SMG first, because yeah, you could leave a gap that when you're at, once you have it full, once you have the blue at the full tier, that then you're at enough hazard protection. So you could leave a gap for 30 or 37 and a half, depending on if you're going for 4 tier or 5 tier. Or you could go all blue, and then you have 4 tier to begin with. And likely, actually, with the modifiers and stuff, you could even still do more than enough damage, plus the stacks on the thing, right? The stacks on the backfire. And then, yeah, this season's modifier being chance, crit chance. Every weapon that is kind of crit damage based in some way, and yeah, backfire is the poster child for that whole genre. So, all of those benefits quite a bit, right? So. We'll sell all that off. How full is the pouch? Okay, 2.7. Let's take it to the last character. Do another set of dailies. Get another supply drop like that one. And unlikely, so when is the next supply drop? On the 15th, right? So actually Sunday, we'll get another supply drop. Oh, you have one left. I mean, you might as well just pop it, or like make place for it and just pop it. Because yeah, the thing is, the caches, unless you kept them, yeah, there's no way of getting them currently. So I think in their mind it's kind of a moot point, and anybody that had them could have also just, you know, exploited them like back when it was available. So, but yeah, the other things I don't think they're gonna like.
Hey, I got something new.
I don't think really are under radar. For instance, the rootless and the
Now entering a
lullaby
safe
thing.
area.
Because that's not fixed this season,
Supply
right?
drops detected.
That's still not fixed. Which I would love to have fixed, but I think it's still not fixed. Yeah, let's take this tactician. Let's actually do a named group and then end it in the DZ kind of with it. Because yeah, we'll go named group and then actually when we reach here, we'll go get the cash. And along the way as well, get some fabrics. We'll get fabrics actually in a second here.
Warning. Now leaving the safe area.
And this one, yeah, I'm gonna run this tactician, get some skill kills in while we do it, but we'll do a full named run. And yeah, the reason for tactician is that we can do just that. Especially with these named groups and stuff, it's kind of nice. Where we just, instead of actually having a fight at all, we just delete them. Could find lobbies, no problem. Oh yeah, the thing is, it might indeed be just some server bugginess.
There's another one. Get up.
Probably tomorrow will help that as well. Because definitely the 9% loads and stuff are definitely back as well. Being stuck on 9% for way too long. I want them to die by the skill. So. And these names, they did drop. So annoying that there's a range limit there. They drop some global event currency and they have a chance of dropping pretty good loot. So. Named runs are always a thing, but especially during the global events, they're actually not too bad. Thing is though, these guys are on a 4-hour timer, so once we clear them out, they're per character, but they're on a 4-hour timer, so once you clear them out once, there's also unlike the Division 2 ones where it's basically, you know, they have spots where they can spawn and then you will just get one spawn each time. Here, everything spawns all the time. So as long as it's off cooldown, it will definitely spawn the names and then. And that makes it so that there is basically this, a named run where we just go and kill each and all of the names. These guys decided they just, you know, it's not real. My seekers aren't real. They're a figment of my imagination. They went all Christian Scientists on me. Sticky bombs don't really exist. And yeah, here let's get also these weapon parts and also the tools upstairs. Because the weapon parts and tools are always the things I'm kind of low on. Although I have like over 1,000 now, but one time sitting there crafting a bunch of weapons will take that down to nothing very quick. So might as well fill back up. Okay. Any decent PFE builds I can recommend? Yeah, there's actually a bunch in the recommended build list. I'll link here to the recommended. I'll put in both chats. There's a header in there of PFE, protection from elites. So just head on down there. Let me actually pull it up. So if you scroll down a little bit, where's PFE? Here, protection from elites. Because especially just going like gear set mode. Let's actually load that in this as well. I kind of like both of these kind of setups. Like, yeah, for instance, Striker, and then this is 70% PFE. So this still keeps a lot of damage, and then, you know, we don't have the full PFE experience. And then on the other end is kind of going like this. I especially love the shotgun one like this. And this is like the full PFE experience. Is having Intimidate plus Adrenaline Rush, having, for instance, Scorpio here, Catharsis here. And this will, if you go Survivalist, will hit with 12s, will be 80 cap. It's technically 82, but of course it caps at 80. But here, for instance, I have 3 PFE mods, and because of that, I'm already at 75. So I just go... If you have a few PFE mods, it's kind of worth it to go firewall. That does make up a little bit. With the other one, you definitely want to go survivalist, because otherwise you're just 60. You're forgetting that that's not where I go. This is where I go. The game's over here. But I love having PFE builds. They're really good for Kantan, I would say, especially with extraction. Having one PFE can actually make a real big difference in the same way that having, for instance, a hazard protected foam eclipse, it's kind of the same difference. So it doesn't really matter if it's one or the other to me. There's one PFE that kind of goes in there, and then especially what you want for that is that adrenaline rush. Because then when they go in, they have all the enemies around them, and you generate so much through the adrenaline rush that you're kind of unkillable almost. Unless you take a hunter axe to the face. But even then, you usually still, you know, if it, you would want to take it on the shield if you can. That will break the shield most of the time, but... And then you can kind of be in the middle there, kind of pull everybody's attention. Actually doing somewhat tanky gameplay. But that's kind of one of the few places that actually works at. And of course for, yeah, rogue fights. Like honestly, still to this day, if we're kind of set up correctly, especially in groups, we'll just go, okay, does one person want to go PFE? They can kind of be in their face and the distraction, and then the rest can just stay red builds and kind of murder faces.
You just made a friend today.
I made a friend today. But what about tomorrow? And the Seekers actually in Div 1 pretty effective. Although Seekers in Div 2 were at the like the initial part. At the initial part of Div 2, they were actually pretty OP. One of the first skill metas was hardwired Seeker spam. Just because Seekers were pretty good. I'm just gonna run away to get out of combat. Division 1 rules is you can't fast travel when in combat. As opposed to Division 2 rules, which are you can't fast travel if you have taken damage in the last 10 seconds. Yeah, let's go get the supply drop now. Do you plan trying out any demos on Steam Next Fest? Not too late for that. I haven't even paid too much attention to what's coming out. I don't really follow gaming news too much. Some people will sometimes point me towards some game.
What's up with you?
Usually if it's kind of, yeah, looter shooter or third person shooter, it'll come up in conversation.
Am I shooting at you?
But honestly, nowadays, I follow one tech news site, which sometimes does have some gaming news and stuff, but they don't do too much of that either. It's usually more numbers, like how much a game sold or something, than like, hey, yeah, they review some games, but not many. So they keep up a little bit there, but yeah. Definitely not following it the way I used to in the past. All your characters have their own improvised pieces or to share the same pieces. Overall, I for every character, I have separate
Supply
pieces.
campsites are cleared.
So on second account, of course, it's just one character, but on main account, it's like 4 characters. Every person, like every piece is their own. I don't share them across, mostly because that just gets annoying. You could do that to kind of save on, because for instance, some others have that where they have like a gray build and then they load loadouts from the stash and then just put them all back into the stash, and that's kind of shared between the characters. And honestly, yeah, it is kind of appealing. Especially, it can be kind of fun to even just like set it up right, you know, because you need to like make the loadouts all work and stuff, everything loaded. And then you just load a gray build or just a basic build, and then put everything back in the stash and go to a different character, and you have all the loadouts there as well. But in my case, yeah, most of the loadouts are, first of all, different, and then secondly, I want to keep them all separated, and every character has all of the pieces on them at all times. That's also why my inventories are so full. Tweakers, actually, indeed.
You got any money?
A few familiar with well, Dutch and Belgian stuff, indeed. That's kind of actually the only news I nowadays actually just consume. I don't even watch like real news.
Gotta be something better than this.
So I'm kind of, if it's important enough, one of my work colleagues will likely go like, "Hey, did you know this guy became president?" or something like that, and I'll go like, "No, sure." But honestly, I kind of like living that way nowadays as well. I had a feeling it. I mean, that's the big side, of course, for especially now that yeah, kind of several others in the space kind of fell away as hardware info, of course, packed up. It's also still a really good name for international, you know, just tweakers. Because in kind of Dutch, it makes a little sense and stuff. Although even in English, it makes sense. It's, you know, someone who tweaks things. But tweakers, I feel, especially to English-speaking people, will be closer to, you know, somebody who's done a little bit too much drugs and is just tweaking out. I'm gonna go from DUA on Legendary. It's too much fun. Yeah, actually nowadays the Seeker spam builds are definitely, like, yeah, I kind of like them. Especially last season, it was with the overcharge thing. It was actually really good. Because, yeah, you could do Pulse plus... Oh, damn it, I'm aggroing everything. You could do Pulse plus the Seeker, and then the Pulse would, of course, also set things on fire, so keeping them in place, and then making you reach overcharge. Kind of like the Seeker spam a lot last season. But in general as well, especially now that it's like 5 seconds. But even here, sometimes the Seekers kind of bug out like that. They're just like, how do I get there? And the answer is you don't. I'll just shoot him myself. That's when that builds across characters. Let's grab more pieces, indeed. And they're a little bit harder to get, but they're also not like too impossible. They will always be expensive though in optimization, because usually most of the stats on it will be kind of subpar. How many blue cores is generally recommended to run? I generally run, well, it depends what content you're doing. And you know what the role is. I generally go with 4. 4 has been kind of my 3 or 4. It's been kind of my go-tos. no particular like. It's just. I tried it with 5. I tried it with 6. I tried it with 2. I tried it with 1, and kind of settled on like 3 or 4.
What did you find? You said
Da oggi hai un amico in
For
più.
most builds.
goddamn Sharon.
Crab makes it all worth it.
Our technica, yeah. Although I feel one of the things I like about Tweakers is actually, so on a daily basis, they're kind of, you know, they have like, well, sometimes they have a lot, but most of the time it's you can kind of read all of, at least all of the, you know, the interesting ones, or even everything, kind of, at least all of the headlines. You can read all of them in like 20 minutes, because they at most have like 15 to 20 to 25 or so posts on a day. I feel a lot of like, yeah, bigger sites, they have just so much that it's kind of hard to catch everything, which is of course also, yeah, you should be just looking at the things you're interested in, but I actually kind of like that about them, where it's a little bit smaller, and because of that it's not like all the news. Anantech, yeah. Oh yeah, a lot of
Nosy little fucker right here.
ones went away, but also a lot of ones came as well. No, it's represent shaders. You played Marvel Rivals. It doesn't really appeal to me. Kind of hero shooters like that are not my thing. But also, I'm kind of, especially in the Division side of things, I'm much more as well, kind of into the, obviously into kind of the build making and stuff like that. So I kind of actually come a little bit from third-person shooters, but mostly actually from MMO side of things and ARPGs and stuff. I kind of like having the build making and, you know, having different styles of play and not being, especially as well, one of the things I like about Division is you don't have classes. You don't have, you know, you don't have, hey, this is what this character does, and now you need to level this one up. And you only get gear for this one. Nah, it's you know, there is no classes here. The classes are the gear sets and, you know, the gear and stuff, the builds. But also a competitive kind of shooter like that. I actually really like the PvE end of things. Even though I play Conflict and stuff a little bit nowadays, still wouldn't say that that's like that's something that I like. I do enjoy it, but it's not something that I'm gonna just sit there and do. I would much rather just play PvE.
Let's see how fast you can run.
Where's
They
these
caught me
guys?
now, I'd be in for life.
Your life just got shortened. Guys to the bleed. And each of these names is giving us 150.
Get the hell back! Oh, they got him. Didn't see that coming.
Handling on these. Yeah. Let's jump over there. Spreadsheets are so neat. Progression build, everything is why I like Division, indeed. Although that also kind of just, yeah, I would be much more leaning towards MMOs, playing MMOs, than like the third-person shooter side of things. If we didn't have Division. Because that's also what I used to play quite a bit. A bunch of the MMOs and ARPG kind of things, and That was quite the sound we created there with all the exploding tires. See if we get the sniper here. Yep. Let's grab the toolboxes here. One those. Oh yeah, at some point as well, we need to actually grab some fabric. Oh yeah, there's that one clothes shop. Yeah. Because there's a clothes shop here, right? When we go past going to that one. So let's try to remember that. Well, actually, there's one here as well, but that one's not in our way.
You are now entering a safe area.
But yeah, especially Division kind of combining a really good third-person shooter.
You are now leaving the safe area.
Because I do enjoy third-person shooters as well. A really good third-person shooter with kind of the mechanics that I really like. This thing was kind of... It was made for me. And idiots like me. Fix the catalyst in this update. I don't think that we're getting an update per se. We would have gotten patch notes. We would have gotten patch notes. Yeah, no, we would have gotten patch notes. And patch notes would have likely given us that answer.
Let me finish this.
But seeing as there isn't patch notes with this might just be server side stuff. It's definitely on the Trello board, so at some point it'll get fixed. And there's kind of the downside that they didn't PTS it. But it's also, I kind of don't want to discuss it, although as a video, not just on stream or anything, but I don't want to make a video about it until it is fixed. Because I kind of need to run it and kind of get a feel for it before I want to discuss it with its numbers. Because we're going to kind of go over like, okay, this is how much it would theoretically add and stuff, but... But yeah, I'd rather have the full... I'd rather make just one video as well. Because I feel if we kind of make that, then we have to kind of make a second video once it's actually...
Give me this.
I do love the...
Focus fire.
This is why I love the tactician build for doing the rounds here.
Hey, look at this fucker.
What you gonna take these guys too?
This is a piece of cake. Ain't much of a challenge. I got this.
Don't hold back.
Take the shot.
To get more skill kills. Okay. Let's go from this side and get tools. Did I try Once Human? Not really. Wasn't per se my kind of game. I don't like server-based games quite often. One of the things, for instance, that I like about this is, you know, everybody's kind of can play together. And also, yeah, the because it had survival mechanics and stuff, right? Like that generally as well. It's not my thing. But yeah, I didn't try it out in the end. I did download it actually and kind of think about messing around with it, but in the end just didn't. So
I'm weapon free. Contact. Contact. On the book. Stay cool.
oh, you're still alive. Here, have a sticky. Still twitching. Over and here we need to get the thingy. Because that's actually my gripe as well to a lot of... Although now they have like phasing and stuff, right?
Readings
And wow.
indicate this area.
But I love
safe.
that always about Eve as well, where it was just one world.
Warning. You are exiting the safe area.
And, you know... You weren't on different servers if you met somebody in real life that played it, for instance. How about Tinker's? Any ideas for that? I mean, Tinker's gonna go into a bunch of builds.
I'm unarmed.
It's looking pretty good.
From my toes.
Remember that out there.
Especially, for instance, yeah, OD is a no-brainer. OD is gonna benefit a lot from Tinkerer because you can have Sadist plus... you can have Sadist plus Pressure Point or Sadist plus Vindictive. Vindictive is less damage overall for the player, but of course, yeah, group-wide buff, so everybody benefits from it. And then there we got our fabrics.
God damn this PMC bullshit.
And even on Striker, just going killer plus measured is actually more damage than... By a little bit, by not a lot, but is a little bit more damage than going killer plus coyote. But what I think I will do a lot with it is especially use it for a damage talent and a utility talent. Because to me, I think the killer plus flatline, killer plus fast hands, and shooting and thinking at the same time. Killer plus fast hands sounds very appealing. As somebody who's ran fast hands for like years, and then having not ran it for the last few seasons because killer and measured are now just too good, so you just don't want to give up on that. But I've definitely been missing fast hands. So. Or even, yeah, for instance, yeah, Future Perfect plus Killer or Measured or...
Readings indicate an echo nearby.
Preservation plus those two, plus that. So there's a lot we can do with it. There's already a bunch of the calculations and stuff if you want to have a look into it on my thoughts on the PTS. When the PTS was happening, we did a bunch of the just comparing the numbers, especially against Coyote. So if you took Killer plus Coyote and then having Tinker plus Killer plus Measured and stuff like that, and then yeah, it's a little bit ahead that way.
Last time I offer help.
I just gave up on it. Isn't about either or anything. I just wanted to play something else more. Yeah, that's quite often the thing as well. Although, in my case, usually that thing that I want to play more ends up being just more the game. So, there is that. It's hearing a heartbeat. Safe house? Oh, okay. Wait, there's a heartbeat effect? I wouldn't notice that, yeah. Let's take this guy all the way from back here. I'm actually not gonna go closer, not spawning in the named wave, although they have already. Okay, I went too close. I think it's up to this barrier that I can go. A 2 million sticky, I'll take that. Almost full backpack, I'll take that too. Let's actually go get the weapon parts at the police station here. And then we just need the... We haven't gotten the... Yeah, we need the Riker kills in the DZ. We'll go get that. And then we'll see actually what we do after. Because I might not go much longer afterwards. It's already 1 o'clock.
Contact on
Saber mine, watch out!
Enemy hostiles, open fire.
That's that one.
Man, am I glad you're on us.
We got him.
I'll just wait for my
Maintain
seekers to come back.
Oh my god.
Maintain pressure.
I do wish we had difficulty settings for the open world. Because one of the most annoying things I feel is the open world in Division 1 is always kind of set to normal, making
Showing up.
it pretty easy when you're running out here.
Don't know how we could have made it without you.
Different stuff in this game makes it hard to play with our friends when coming to game later. Yeah. Which is also kind of weird. I feel at this point you can kind of have the character stuff, be completely separate from the server stuff, kind of like Division does it. And a lot of like live service games like this, there is still server structure underneath it. Like that kind of stuff is there. It's just hidden from, it is hidden from view. So you don't get to pick a server, it just puts you somewhere. And then also, you can have a global friends list, and then it kind of puts you together.
Agent, we're getting word of supply drops landing, but they're arriving in the dark zone.
The dark
Something's going
zone.
on, but I'm not quite sure what. One thing's for sure, you better get...
Transmissions jammed.
You better get
Proximity coverage
transmission
only.
jammed.
Backup activated.
Okay,
System rebooted.
I'll get my transmissions jammed.
Warning. You are now leaving the safe area.
My transmissions jammed and my
Warning. Entering dark zone.
jammers peanut buttered. Is this what the camera did? Okay, that landmark is there. Let's go for the open here though. And Division 1, still a good looking game. Just like Division 2. 2 definitely has a little bit of benefit over it coming, just having been later. But Division 1 definitely also is no slouch.
You ain't got a chance.
Man, getting back to Division 1 shooting,
You know what you gotta do. One more shot and he's dead.
it's kind of a thing.
Don't let up.
That's one of the biggest differences between 1 and 2.
Come on.
The recoil of weapons. Some people like it, some people don't. I actually like the Division 2 system better. What? Oh, no, that's not. Okay. For some there I was like, what? Why did my sticky come back to me? But it wasn't. It was somebody else's grenade.
Why is it after me?
People murdering each other out there.
Ammo. Give me a sec.
You can't.
Take the names.
Gonna blast this fool. Force him out. Still coming. Bullshit.
And this build not per se that fit for here, but it works out. Yeah, mostly I just want some skill kills to go along my... And these guys as well, even if I don't take their loot, we still get the 150G credits. So if you want to run over them, the names in here count as well for that. We did get our cash, yeah. Let's get out of the DZ here. Wintertown. Yeah, let me get here as well. In the 16 game, I think they were relatively the same in terms of visuals. Yeah, they did
Contamination
a
event
pretty
detected
good
below street
job
level.
with it. Thing is, there is a lot of stylization going on here. Even though you wouldn't think it, it kind of has going. It's going for kind of a realistic look, but isn't going for photorealism. It's kind of going more. There's a lot of
Contamination level rising below
little
street
bits of
level.
stylization going on, which actually does save it
You are now
from looking old, because just the graphic design of it is actually still pretty much up to par. I wish they would make a second countdown map. That would be interesting. Although the thing is, as with a lot of maps and stuff, people would have a preference to one or the other. One or the other is likely going to be faster unless it's like really balanced between them and stuff. And that's kind of hard to do. So then it would just become everybody hates the one map and everybody loves the other map. Which is kind of the hard thing, and why likely they will just not do that. It's very easy to just, yeah. To get it kind of lined up that both maps are perceived, even if one is objectively better, even for instance, if the new one is objectively better, people will likely like the older one just because they know it. You know, a lot of people are against learning new things. But what I wouldn't mind is them playing around a little bit more with the map that they have already. Add more objectives, add more, you know, add, for instance, maybe the faction things or something, or shake it up with, you know, you have like 2 factions or something on a run, or small things like that. I don't think they're gonna do a map. Just it's obvious. It's an obvious trap. Let's see our budgets look like. Okay, so we're back to 4.7. Let's actually buy 3 caches. Because I need to buy 30 superior caches. I'll make more than enough to make all that. Mostly because also, yeah, 4 characters, and in each of them I can do the HVTs. The HVTs are by themselves kind of like 7k each set, which is this weekly ones. And I can do them 4 times now, and then this resets in 72 hours, and then, which is, you know, I think, yeah, Thursday to Friday, I think it is, in that night, basically. Yeah, an exotic warlord. A lord of war. No, it's a warlord. I like it better my way. Air with OD, I can get a can get a farmers sea torture. What's better in the meantime, carbine 7 or 556 or Elmo? You wouldn't want to go Elmo, mostly because there's a lot of damage to be had with the sadist part of that weapon. So going Elmo is gonna lose a lot. One thing you can actually go for is a lot more the damage per mag kind of size. If you don't want to run LMGs, that damage per mag kind of still matters. So I used to run actually AKs. AKs and TKBs could be a decent pick nowadays. Same for, although less so, the Fall. Because the Fall is one of the higher DPS contenders on the burst DPS kind of side of things. But yeah, you might want to lean towards, or the AUG actually as well. The AUG, even though it handles pretty shittily, you have to kind of maybe get used to that. But because yeah, the damage per mag really matters there. So actually, if we go to the DPS tables, actually, just to have a peek also for myself. If we kind of look at the burst side of things, and then kind of as well, and the damage per mag, like the AUG is pretty high up here, and then it isn't high on the burst, but it's high on the sustain. Burst side might also actually be a good one for it, but yeah, AKs, TKBs, Mark 16, ACR. The thing is, though, here, for instance, the AK is at least higher, and so is the first sight higher than the first sight is 3 mod, right? It's based on the military AK, right? I would hope so. Otherwise, I need to put -1 mod here. But yeah, first sight might be actually a good one to go with here, if you have one. But yeah, damage per mag kind of matters, and then yeah, AUG, AKs, TKB, or first sight, kind of all makes sense. Oh yeah, it must be military because it's sharing a number there. Oh yeah, first sight might be a good one for that, if you have one. 25 where I made it.
Your attention, please.
How's my new favorite?
Otherwise, yeah, it can be gotten when
Scheduled for Thursday
the loot goblin will have some goes into event mode again. I would expect actually towards the end of this month, likely, or maybe start of July, that we'll get another event. Kind of if we just look at how the events have been going, and every 2 months or such, we're kind of getting one, so. Let's sell this junk too.
Hey, come on back sometime.
So Dragon's Nest, Hudson. So actually, which of these? Okay, so Hudson does have challenging. Yeah, that's this one, of course. Amherst doesn't have challenging. No, that's hard and legendary. Napalm.
We've pinpointed the Cleaners HQ. They're using a construction
Okay, so-
site as a base of
so-
operations and supply depot.
Kind of hard to
Shut
hide
up.
when you're cooking up enough napalm.
Okay. Oh, so Subway Morgue also doesn't have. Wait, Napalm? No, Napalm has. Oh no, Napalm doesn't have hard either. So there's only one mission that has challenging. Well, not counting the incursion. That's a weird set. There's a Hudson. Oh no, Hudson does have challenging. No, that's the one with challenging. Amherst doesn't. Napalm doesn't, and Subway also doesn't. That's interesting. Yeah, let's actually. I know what. I'll stick on the. Let's see. Did we already get the commendation? No, not a full one. Oh, kill 10 cleaner bosses. This might be pretty easy as well, just in the DZ. You can get a lot of them there. Inflict bleed on 50 enemies with headshot kills. Okay. I'm gonna guess I actually have this much progress into it because of running Predator's Mark a second ago. Yeah, let's actually just random matchmake. Let's see what we get for a second. Let's see if people are. Yeah, so Hudson, that's a challenging one. And for the rest, we'll have to matchmake on hard. So legendary to armor in the future. I don't think they're not really planning on legendaries. I don't think they would add a legendary if they were to. I don't think they're gonna add it to. I don't think they're gonna add it to a Brooklyn or New York mission. Just because not everybody has access to them. They would rather do it on the base map. You know. So I would think we would see like legendary Coney or White Oak or oh, this is critical outbreak. Okay.
Alert. Friendly division agent is down.
Gotcha. Yeah, I need to swap builds. I don't think either of my allies have some good damage either.
Agent need to hear this. Faye tells me the cleaners are holding the entire
yeah, my
tent city
skills need to
prisoner.
not be on
That's what it looks
cooldown,
like, and it fits the
and I need
cleaner
to be
MO.
not in combat.
If you wanted to eradicate every last
Two
vestige
of
of
those are
detectable
not going to
virus,
happen here, are
where
they?
would you go? Wherever the biggest concentrations are. Refugee camps, shantytowns. Jesus, you don't think they'd...
Let's go with Striker.
Draconian solution, but highly effective. Sure, if you're a genocidal maniac. You ever wonder if we even deserve to survive this thing?
I get the feeling this
Every day,
damage is
Doctor.
percent damage.
Every day. Good luck, Agent.
No agent has joined your team.
I specifically grabbed this striker, which is a 9k stamina striker. And that just seems to be doing about the same damage to me. As it was earlier. Oh, so proximity hurts us, but it's doable. And our full team. I love the reverb always on this fight. When they really yeah. You know what they say about these traps? Gotta catch them all with your face. Really? It's fine. I didn't need that med back in there.
Contamination levels increasing.
You hear that, Agent? You're walking into the teeth of it now. Don't forget what I said about keeping any infected refugees alive. I mean, obviously you're gonna try and keep them all alive, but I need those virus samples, and I really need viable antibody samples from survivors. So keep them extra alive, I guess. You know what I'm saying. I'm going back to work now. Candle out.
And yeah, we have Kendall here. Back in here as well. Don't we get sick of saving her over and over again? Hasn't done one yet. Yeah, harvest is worth getting from that as well. Even hand baskets as well is a worthwhile one getting from that. Whenever there is an event hoarder. Yeah, that proximity really eats away.
Warning. Chemical signature of explosives detected.
Confirmed. It's napalm B, all right. With that much capacity, they must be planning to burn out the whole damn yard. And when they do, they're gonna kill every last refugee in that shanty town. We need that tank moved somewhere safe.
Oh no. No, I'll likely go for a little bit longer here. Missions. My sleep schedule was a little bit later than normal anyway in these last few weeks. Detox harvest, detox hand basket, yeah. No, it's not currently available, but yeah, there'll be an event likely soon, TM. Vision 1 or multiply. I'm upside down. Yep. Why divide when you can multiply? I don't want to save my thing for later. Because I feel the boss fight here, we might actually have a lot of proximity all the time. There's also the other two have T's, but they're not using it. Fine.
Okay, Agent. As soon as you lock the situation down, I've got a joint Sarah JTF strike force ready to move in. They'll take samples from as many refugees as they can find.
Medical personnel?
A couple of EMTs in the mix, Doctor? Yes.
A couple? As in only 2?
And
The
Kendall
rest
always
are first
bitching.
aid certified. They know how to tap a vein. Get going, Agent.
How
Without
often I play this
contaminating the
machine
samples,
good
I
games.
assume.
Yeah, I've played a lot of these
Or
as well.
infecting
It's actually
themselves.
kind of what my
I'll take your word
thing
for
was.
it.
I would come home from kind of work and stuff, and
Thank
then
you,
just
Doctor.
do a named run,
Get
and
moving,
then
Agent.
just matchmake for missions. As also, I used to play Division 2 quite a bit. I wasn't per se playing in group settings or anything. I was just, or well, in like coordinated groups. I was mostly just, you know, matchmaking heroics, matchmaking challengings before that, because in the original, like in year 1, heroics was just invaded. So challenging was actually a pretty common difficulty. So why do some of these hurt me, but some of them don't? I don't feel I've got a good grasp on that yet. Because all of them have the icon. Or was it there just because I was above it? Because I had a height difference. I'm out of medpacks. I have now 1 medpack. And yeah, beef plus fun is something. I love that. Yeah, I'm not gonna stick here because yeah, normally we would have one person kind of staying back there. But here that doesn't make sense, of course. So is it actually even on these guys? 2 headshots kills them? Even on mates? Can't be, right? Or is that even this difficulty? I'm not sure. Or this, like, severity. Shooting on my end. Yeah, let's go get our completion. As well, each of these gives some as well, right? 38. Okay, so these two combined give 75, and then the boss gives 75.
Agent, if you can find the crane controls, drop
38,
that tank
38,
someplace
and then
safe.
that guy should have dropped 75. Oh, also 38, okay. Oh, that's still 38 more than a normal boss. So. I've never grabbed the comm up here. Or down there. This character, I saved all the comms for later. And I still haven't done it. Where I just go around and get the comms. And yeah, kablooey!
That should do it, Agent. Solid work.
Dip in
Yes,
a toe.
good work. Now, sample team,
Toe in a
listen
dip.
up. Like I was saying, I'm gonna need those
Dip
blood
toe
samples
in the
labeled
dough.
and organized so we can track corroborating factors. Let's move this discussion to a different channel so we don't bore the agent.
I mean, you've been boring the agent quite a bit
Alert.
already.
An agent is now leaving.
Oh, it's resetting. I might just leave and matchmake for hard and see if we get some of the other ones. Yeah. I'll leave them to it. Because if we're farming one mission over and over, I would rather have a shorter mission. Well, that's the only challenging one on this one, right? But Lincoln is still gonna be quicker than it. Let's see if we get. Yeah, I don't wanna. I want the other ones. How do I? Or can I? Okay. Wait, you can't just decline? That's either I can invite them or join them. How about I don't want. Plus enemies are contagious and okay, so that was severe and this is critical. Plus headshot marks enemies are instantly killed by headshot from another agent. Okay. So let's let it do severe. And then let's go there and just matchmake for that mission. It's under server because his loot pool keeps getting bigger. I mean, yeah. But one item doesn't make too big of a difference. But yeah, you would want to, if you want to farm for harvest or something, you're better off if the item that is, you know, added at that time isn't that valuable, to not get it first so it's not in his loot pool, and then you can kind of yeah, you can have one item less in that loot pool. And yeah, a non-legendary Amherst. I haven't been here in a while. Yeah, look at me playing a in-cover shooter. Oh yeah, that's actually not how I play this game. Oh, that's a lot of damage. I'm coming. Even with striker stacks and predatory, I'm kind of... Oh, yeah, 6 Janie. Still kind of hurting.
They haven't burned the place down yet, thank God. I'd love to talk to one of these cleaners sometime, partially to find out what makes them tick, and partially to strangle him slowly while he told me.
Kendall having a nice dark streak in her. Does it also? Oh, actually, I'm no longer. Yeah, I didn't sell anymore. I was like, oh yeah, the thing will get me, but then yeah.
Found Amherst's
if you're
apartment.
not on the
It's
same
across the
level as the
courtyard.
embassy. Ah, okay, so
But it
being
looks like a
higher
direct
or below
ruse
kind of
blocked.
helps.
You'll have to find another way there.
Little. Good.
Oh God, no!
Also fixed passive. No, but I mean, like, is the dual mark? It's 2 headshots from 2 different players to a boss, instant death for the boss.
You're clearing
That
a path for
seems
them.
like
Just keep going.
that would break a lot of things, I feel. Oh, force of habits going up here. Kind of unnecessary. And unless...
The apartment is upstairs.
I
If
feel
Amherst
just
is
with
the author of the
predatory
virus, he
and
must have
with maybe
left
some
some
striker
evidence.
stacks.
People like that don't destroy the proof of what they've done.
Go through the damage, and it seems to be percentage based because it's damaging just as much here
Have a look
as
around. It might have been looted, but whoever was in there probably
other
wasn't looking for
places.
documents or hard drives. And if you get lucky and find Amherst there, bring him in so I can ask a few. We won't get that lucky. We never
do.
do.
After a bit, yeah.
Well,
I really like the. I've been really. I don't run
I hope you
like
found what we're looking
determined
for.
headhunters
It's high
much,
priority, so I routed an extraction
or like
chopper
sniping
for you.
bills in general.
But you'll
Just
have to
headhunter
secure
in
the
general. I
rooftop
don't run
before it
much
can
anyway.
touch down. Don't play with fire. Get the evidence back here safely.
But yeah, when I do it nowadays, I definitely just love the hand basket. It's just not, yeah, having to not scope out and reacquire after each shot makes actually a lot of difference.
Keep it up, Agent. We need that rooftop cleared so we can pull the evidence out.
Especially when you're just determining through stuff anyway. I don't remember this boss fight like at all.
Normally this chopper is for pickups from the dark zone only. Pulling out
The thing was always in the past as well. We matchmake for challenging missions. So especially the missions that are challenging, I know pretty well because I've done them a lot. But yeah, a lot of missions don't have above. You don't have above hard, and especially those missions, I just barely know. Isn't the rope come down now?
Lighthouse, this is Bluebird 2. Ready to retrieve the package.
Ow. There's just a guy spawning down here.
Lighthouse, this is Bluebird 2.
It's a Rogan.
Package acquired and we are returning to base. Bluebird 2 out.
The chopper with the evidence is inbound on HQ. I know we took civilian losses, but there would have been a lot more if you hadn't been there. Excellent work, Agent.
Like when we're still taking damage, but that explains it. But still. One alive. Mission completed, right? Yeah. We don't need to actually exit. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go just through these other two missions real quick. I guess 6 are gonna be up for that as well, and if anybody else wants to join. Well, I'm just gonna matchmake as well, see if we get anyone. It's gonna do them all in severe, and then because I feel that's usually one of the things, but yeah, I'm gonna leave the incursion for a different day.
Sarah was using the site as a mass grave, which explains why the cleaners have targeted
I'm not sure
it.
with the extra
Avoid
damage,
contact
it
if
might
possible,
be
but do what you have to do to
interesting
make sure
to just
Rose gives
run
us the juice we need.
on this
That
fate,
is, if
maybe.
he's still alive.
Yeah,
Locating auxiliary relay. Target acquired. Sub-level 3.
I wonder how much extra damage it is. God damn. That health went out just a second too late. You're the guy. As in, you want to join, or if you have an in-game name for me, I can slash him by chain. Although likely, if you matchmake for this mission on hard,
Warning. Hostiles inbound on your position.
add you to S. Because there's likely not that many teams going around.
Word here is that Rhodes is a bit of a wild card. He's got the skills we need, but he's a little eccentric. Which is a nice way of saying he's a paranoid jackass.
Yes, anyway.
We have intel that there are multiple cleaner teams on site. They're looking to burn out the infection, along with anyone who tries to stop them. Be careful. With the Division 1 recoil, it's kind of not worth it to actually aim high with this.
Could maybe just drop to a much more comfortable
This
weapon.
project was intended as an
And
extension
just-
of the subway system. They didn't get to finish it before the dollar fell.
Kind of like with
But
reanimated
again,
pace
construction in New
to
York always runs on its own schedule.
actually have a weapon that can go for the head, even if it has less DPS. You make up for it.
Confirmed.
In that
Local power
case,
plant online.
Whoever just turned on the lights, you're either JTF or you're really fucking lost.
Warning. Readings indicate this area is contaminated.
it's just a few dead bodies.
Now leaving the contaminated area.
Dead booties. I love these guys yelling out, "Guys, a carrier!" It's just like, guys, with this global event, you guys are
Activate
like
secondary power
actively
relay.
murdering us just by being close.
Ah, shit. This job's gonna take more hands than I've got. You think you can follow
This
directions?
door.
Because I'm gonna need your help.
Whatever assistance you need, we can handle
And
it.
especially the hard missions, I
Because
just
I need some relay boxes swapped
kind of
out.
know them, but not like fully. Still, a lot of the challenging missions I can do in my sleep. It's also annoying. One of the just my brain just goes like, "Oh, it's reanimated." So once we get the headshot kill, I'll heal. That's of course not the case. I'll grab the thing. Although here is just a short buck, isn't it? This is the short one, and then later on we'll have the long one. It's also funny that this is just a resized, like, mini fuse.
Hostiles inbound on your position.
Like, all the markings on it and stuff are also way too large.
A new agent is joining your team.
Son of a
think they
bitch,
spawned
it's
here.
actually working. No more bleeding current into lower Manhattan. Couple more hacks like that, and we're in business. So, that shooting, that was you, right? Thought so. I think someone might have heard you.
Warning. You are now entering
You
a
think?
contaminated area. Warning. Hostiles inbound on your position.
Yeah, only a few elites on hard. That's also a thing that, especially kind of Division 2 also did at points. That guy's a name. Is that, for instance, yeah, Division 2 as well. When at the start of all
Agent on your
things,
team is down. Requires assistance.
Heroic was basically just all elites. But then, yeah, we had things like... yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not gonna survive that. Ran out of the med packs.
Connect secondary power relay.
Not still taking damage, there's nothing alive now.
Warning. Hostiles inbound on your position. Leaving contaminated area. Warning.
This is really a lot of damage.
Position.
Actually. Because even compared to preservation up plus I had stacks, striker stacks, I'm still kind of melting. I'm gonna use my and it seems if they're not on the same level, it doesn't count. So that might be a way to go, because I'm guessing if I just climb on these things or something, if there's places to climb, that might be enough. Yeah, let me catch up here.
Activate power relay.
There we go. Hope you can see in the dark, because I need you in the control room to wrap this thing up. The sooner we get out of this fucking trip, the better.
I'm not gonna be playing legendaries here today,
Hey there.
if that's
Hang
what
on
you
a
want to
sec.
have. And yeah, there's no wasting time. That is a really, like, yeah. That's not how anything works.
Jesus, this thing is loud.
Just let me know.
Okay, getting to work in the control room now.
Thanks for sharing, but yeah.
Just want to give you a heads up. It's gonna get real dark real fast.
Because also here,
Get
I'm
the
just,
power to the base,
I haven't
unless
played
do
this
a
much,
recruit, so
this
everything's gonna
global
shut down
event
for a
thing,
minute.
so getting to grips with it, this is much better to do, and as well, I'm just getting some of, for instance, these done with these modifiers. I don't need to do these on Legendary, there's no need for that. But also your advice isn't advice here, because yeah, why would I do Legendary? To get more credits? I'm set for all my builds. I don't need credits. I don't need the G credits that much.
Oh crap! Clean it.
So,
I thought you took care of these guys.
and yeah, all advice, especially unsolicited, you have to watch out with, because it's very easy to kind of come off as basically annoying. Especially when you come in and go like, you're wasting time. It's just like, what? As somebody who gives a lot of advice, as yeah, I'm very familiar with especially Division 2. I know my way around there. Division 1, not so much. Less so. But I still get my way around here.
Warning.
But yeah, just going, you're not on Legendary, you're wasting time. It's just, if any advice, I will distrust any advice coming at me. If that is your initial mentality, we are not of the same mind.
We don't have anyone else on site.
Then it's cleanest, and I'm fucked.
Nobody watch my stream. It's exclusive info. Exclusive info. Okay. Yeah. I don't think me and you are gonna get along. Feel free to go annoy somebody else.
Alert. Friendly. Fucking thing. Jesus. Alright, that's a wrap. System's clean, board is green, and we got enough juice to light this place up like Vegas. I'll lock everything down.
But yeah, you're basically advertising your stream as somebody else's stream. Like, that's already like
Might as well get your ass topside.
on the edge of, you know, what is kosher, considered kosher. So, yeah. He's the guy. I mean, apparently he's the guy for exclusive info. But yeah, you're also about to become the guy who is timed out. So then you can say like, I'm the timed out guy.
Agent, looks like the power grid.
Nobody will see it because you're timed out.
Thanks to you, we're back in business. Rhodes is already on his way back in,
But yeah,
so no need to give him.
I won't take that as
I'll
you're
see you when you
trying
get
to
here.
advertise your stream, but yeah, you're kind of close to it. So watch out. Yeah, so we did Subway Morgue. Let's do Napalm as well. Oh, God damn it. That's why I can't fast travel. Oh, we're past the daily mark. New weekly started One of the weeklies I will want to do is doing the weekly on all 4 characters. Last few times as well. I've done it each. It's just getting them in. Does it aggro? No, this one's just aggro. And I didn't fast travel fast enough, so I'm gonna step to these guys. There we go. Can I fast travel now? No, the guy is absolutely not the guy indeed. I'm cool, Max. Next time, pretty sure you will have questions. Even if I had questions, I would take them to somebody else. I wouldn't want you to answer them just because you're being a dick. Does that get through? Just I would actually hold my questions and keep them and ask anybody but you. Just because of how you're acting. Do you understand? Because as somebody who gives a lot of advice and can answer any of your question in Division 2, and actually I know plenty of Division 1 as well. Man, you're dickhead. Like just straight up. Like just the vibe you're giving off. Literally, if my face was on fire, I wouldn't ask you to put it in. Like,
Agent, the cleaners keep starting fires.
I would
and we don't
rather
have the
burn
resources to
just
put them out.
to spite
If
you.
we don't shut down their napalm production, we're
It's
one
just-
stiff breeze away
yeah.
from the entire borough going
That's
up.
the vibe
The
you're
thing
giving me.
is, they got their main production facility in the middle of their
I'm playing the
HQ,
game
which
wrong.
is where you're
Wrong, playing the game wrong. Imagine saying such a thing.
which means taking
Like,
out boss man Joe Farrow. If he walks,
are you fucking
start
worried?
all over again.
Yeah.
The place should be packed with napalm
Yeah.
tanks and gasoline.
Imagine
Any
actually
chance you
saying
find,
somebody's playing the
take
game
them out
wrong.
however you can.
Just because they're not doing what you think they should be doing. Could I be playing Legendary? Is that what you think? Because why would I be playing Legendary? I don't need any of the gear. I don't need any of the GE credits. I just want the commendations here. I just want to get through some of these, get a few missions in. Legendary has nothing for me. So if you think that is playing the game right, you're wrong. Like, you're the actual wrong one. And then you think you're right, which is just the absolute insanest thing to me. So yeah, reality is the difference. So here, let me introduce you to a reality. I can time you out, and all of your messages go away. Enjoy reality. Man. You know when people say like, oh, there are assholes in the community? This is the guy. Like, we go like, yeah, most of the community is kind of fine. No. Sometimes there is an actual asshole. And I want you to know that you are. And if this is how you're treating people, man. Here's the thing. I don't want anything from you. Even if you were to give me it for free, I wouldn't want it. Because I know the kind of person that you are. You've kind of revealed that there. Even if I needed help, I would go someplace else. Man. People like this exist. It's a good reminder that, yeah, sometimes it's just, yeah, humans being humans. I mean, he is the guy, but now he's the guy that is, you know, that said so much stupid things that I timed him out. I don't think I've timed someone out in like a month or two. So, you are special. Just, I wouldn't want to be special in your way.
You hear me?
Like, being special for being an asshole is, yeah. That's pretty easy. You just, you know. But at least, unlike some of the others that are trolls, you did get to me though, so congrats on that. But yeah, I would hope I like never get to somebody in the way that you just did. Where it's just purely like, man, I hope I never turn into this person. An example of what not to be.
Warning. Explosive chemical signature detected. Source identified.
What was the in here? Oh, yeah, generator. First fight.
Alert. Explosives armed. Ready for detonation.
Matchmaking still going on. Oh yeah, but likely I can get many. Because yeah, we're not playing the game right?
Now you all know what we're doing here.
But there will be on just, you know, below legendary.
We don't burn this thing out. There's people counting on us. Our families, our friends, the whole damn world. So that's why we gotta hold the line against anyone. And I don't care if they say this from the government. You know.
So as you clip that, I feel Pamic will enjoy this kind of stupidity. It'll cheer him up. See what we had to deal with when he was in there.
And we ain't gonna let that happen.
Yeah, this setup actually is kind of very much set up for close range. And I can't be that here. Also, it's funny that he then streams, because I feel, you know, I might go peek actually when he's playing and, you know, point at every mistake, because nobody is completely perfect in play. So that might actually be, you know, I might go get myself banned on his channel or blocked. How's it like? Spoiled gamer might as well. Yeah. But we'll just call him out. We'll just point and laugh. Indeed, that's illegal. Exclusive advice. Yeah, I wonder what his exclusive advice is.
Now, there's probably more napalm tanks in the building. Take care of them first, then see what you can do about Pharaoh.
Active echo beacon detected.
But yeah, unluckily for him, I have the ability to just remove his ability to speak for a bit. I don't ban him yet. If he wants to come back and take a second attempt, I'll look forward to having some more fun with him. I want to change my title actually to playing the game wrong. Officially.
Okay, people, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna
that's likely gonna be my title tomorrow. It's just join me in playing Division 2 wrong. The kind of disorient sway from that is also kind of.
I'm guessing you're fed, but really, it don't matter. You're doing the wrong thing, and you're gonna die because of it. The men you're facing, they're here to do what no one else had the stones to do. They could have left.
We go.
They could have gone home to their families. But they stayed to burn this thing out. To make sure it got stopped here.
And it's still even not bad. It's just timed out. What? We're loading and we're contaminated right now. Oh, it's likely a circle maybe, and that's what makes a difference.
What are you waiting for? Get in there!
Readings indicate this area is safe. Warning, we're exiting the safe area.
Yeah. He was just going for that commendation, right? Yeah. Getting banned. Oh yeah, here he comes back again. Let's see about maybe making it from a temporary to a permanent. Shot from here.
You done yet? Almost. Just hold on 1 second. I need to be out there. It's taking so goddamn long. Sorry, I had a problem with the tank straps. Should be all good now. About fucking time. Take the group out.
That's for me. Out of position for it. Oh, rushers, yeah.
Warning.
Which I have for.
Detonation sequence triggered.
I'm used to him coming at, but yeah, of course didn't there. He's trying to just be a little closer, just so we could hit him with the ACS, but that didn't work out for me. Oh yeah, we should get the boss loot. And bravely run away. Let me catch up here for
You are now entering a safe area.
Just to get in. Off we go.
Warning, you are now leaving the safe area.
Something I playing games wrong, yeah. I often play games wrong on purpose. You know, I'll go and jump off a cliff when it says, you know, don't jump off this cliff. I'll go out of my way to jump off of it. So.
Someone should have told Farrell that lighting up
I
was
do
bad
enjoy
for his
actually
health.
playing
With
games
him out
wrong
of the way,
sometimes.
and their main source of napalm out of commission, the cleaners are going to be a lot
But yeah, that's
easier
also
to deal
going
with.
to be it for me.
A lot
as
of
well,
people on the
kinda
streets are going to owe you their lives, whether they know
getting
it or
pretty
not.
late.
Good work.
And we'll be playing a lot of Division this whole week. And yeah, we'll of course be playing it wrong. Because why play it right? Wait, what? Oh, I'm in combat.
Alert, an agent is leaving the team.
Ew, that's what you were going for. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, can we? No. Oh yeah, that puts us out of combat, that's right. Oh, actually it's only out of combat in here. Yeah. There we go. Actually kind of curious.
Welcome back to Wouldn't You Know It podcast. I'm Rick Velassi, and you're listening to part 1 of my Q&A.
And yeah, he has a lot of exclusive info for his 11 followers. Oh, I mean, he doxed himself. He gave his own name. But, yeah, can't click him anymore, but yeah. But yeah, it was basically here to try to advertise. That was actually his goal. Anything like that. Oh yeah. Honestly, this is kind of like the second or third guy that's kind of... But this one was also special because usually the other ones are just like, you have to go PvP or something like that. Or come fight me in the DZ or something like that. This guy is just, you're playing the game wrong. Man. Best gun for strikers in Division 2. I mean, kind of depends on classes. In the AR category, if you have a Lexington. Caretaker is pretty good as well if you're just going for killer, if you don't have Lexington. FAMAS F2000 and FAMAS F2000 and CTAR are good high ends if you don't have either of those other two. On the exotic end, Bighorn and Chameleon and even Elmo, all three kind of work well for ARs. And then yeah, in the LMG end, it's MG5s and MG49s. And then tag factors for SMG. Let me catch up if I missed anything here. I can. Indeed, he's nice and funny. That guy. We shall always remember that guy. He was the guy. As he said, I am the guy. Yeah, what was that? Is that just some, weird translation to English and it makes more sense in like a different language? Like, I'm the guy. It's just like, I want to make it emote now, which is I'm the guy. Although, you would have to have been there. And yeah, he did turn out to be the guy that got timed out. What a guy. Yeah, let's clean up here and then we'll round it out. Actually, already in the background. Let me start looking for somebody to raid on the Twitch end, as we'll of course send everybody off. Let's see, is anybody playing Div 1? Oh yeah, there is some. Let me see if there's any person that we're kind of like, let's go raid this person or something, because I have somebody that is on my list.
Your attention, please.
But let's have a peek around. On here. English. Music. Actually, not even. Yeah, let's maybe go with them. Seem to be. Let me actually have a peek at. Enter channel for a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go raid. I haven't watched their streams at all and such. We'll raid some of the names that I have there available. Likely in the future, so we'll go with, what's his name? Enziago, indeed. That's actually English, right? Okay, yeah, they're on English. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do the same thing. Jump in. I might actually be able to stream afternoon tomorrow, but I'm not sure. We'll see kind of how that goes. And then yeah, I kind of want to play some Division 2 a little bit with the global event, kind of reminding myself how SHE exposed all of the, although I kind of remember. But yeah, Wednesday I want to make or for Wednesday I want to make a short on SHE exposed, so it'll be handy to kind of go through that and yeah, see, get a few levels as well there, just so I have not 0 stars when we show it off on the video. So we'll kind of play a little bit of Division 2, work a little bit on the build collection. We did character 5 effectively, and yeah, 4, 3, 2, and 1 will have to still be done. So hopefully as well, tomorrow's maintenance will fix up character 1 and 2. I hope. And yeah, as we go through, we'll just fix up their builds. And yeah, for some of the fire eclipses and such, add some damage, which I've been meaning to do for forever. So we'll do a bunch of that and then jump back again into Division 1 to grind out a little bit more of the global event and just be in Division 1-ish. But for now, let me catch up on some of our... Let me start this raid already. And then catch up on if I missed anything at these last one. Which I rated wrong indeed. Well, I do everything wrong. Oh no. Instead of raiding, I stole their viewers instead. Inverse raid, just yeah. But yeah, and definitely tomorrow I'm having that as my title. I'll be updating the build collection wrong and then also playing Division 1 wrong. And yeah, all of you, thank you for the well wishes, and to you guys and gals as well. Enjoy the rest of the evening or night or afternoon, depending on time zones. I'll be back tomorrow, and as always, have a good night.